Okay, let me see what's happening here. Can I lock that? It's locked. So now if I put it this way, oh, my head is not that way. How do I put it? Why does it have to go this way? Wait a second. I'm locked. I'm locked. Does it go this way? Okay, now this is crazy. I can't figure out which way my head goes. So now it shows me as sideways. Let me see. Orientation, lock device, back. Okay, hold on a second. No, that's not what I want. No, not that. Where's the... Okay, here it is. So I'm a little so how can I, why is my head sideways? Why is my head sideways? Oh my God. Orientation is locked. Rotate device back. Okay, how do I rotate the device? Okay, let me do this. Okay. And what if I did this? Maybe it's better if I was like that. All right, but you know what the crazy thing is? Okay, listen to this. Right. I built this. See that with the hole in it? So I can put the cord, you know, the plug inside of it. Right? Oop. Yeah. Okay. And it's in its stand at the same time. Okay, I did that. I got a light on the floor. This place is upside down. This place is upside down. And every time I put it in order, it's out of order. I have it in order for the work so I can grab everything, then I put it away, then I go, where did I put it? Anyways, it's not really for arts and entertainment. I'm here to learn. Here's my other camera that I don't have the patience for. You know, I can design for 8 hours in a day and don't have the patience to start fixing because it's not my domain. But when you start with art, start with nothing. It's just whatever's up here. But when it comes to like an absolute, you have to put that absolute up here. Every piece and part. You know, when you look at a tractor, the person that built the tractor go, okay, behind the tires, there were 8 nuts that held on the main casing that holds on the tire frame, that holds on the housing for the tire, that has the cap for the oil that goes on the housing. So when you put on the tire, that you have the bearing, so the tire goes around the bearing. You have to grease that bearing because of the amount of weight that's on the tractor and how much pressure is on that bearing. Will that bearing be able to make it through it? Now we have the transition for the transmission coming from the differential stemming out from the motor, and it's now a 4-wheel drive tractor. So I got to have the 4 tires on the floor. So I need to know what size the tires are from the height and the width, how much air to put in those tires, and for what reason I'm putting that amount of air in the tires. Before I even started the tractor, I have to know when I'm building it that the tractor ain't going to fall down supporting the motor and the frame. Where do I hook all them doohickeys up to? You know, when I put an exhaust on the tractor just to get rid of it out of the motor so it doesn't blow into my face, respect myself at the same time. I have free will to build, but I don't want that exhaust in my face. Although I'm burning up all the gas, turning into the exhaust, going out into the air, what's actually happening to it? Because now they call it global, something about warm, keeping warm. Warm, warmed, warming. Help, helper, helped. Word endings. Where does it all end now? To understand the base of the word, when I last left here, I was talking about verbs, nouns. I wasn't really talking about it, but I started to talk about it. But does anybody get into the concept that every single letter ends up in the word? The word ends up in the book on a page, on either this side of the page or that side of the page, and depending where you are in the book. And are they individual pages? Or is it a page like this and it's folded? So the front part of the book might be at the back part of the book, unless they folded up the front pages close and then they put a bunch of sections to the back pages. So imagine if you made a book where the folding page right, ended up at the end of the book, that you wouldn't be able to close the book, or the page would be lost. You would lose the page to the fold, like right over here. So if the front page was on this side, right, if you take the book and the front page was on this side, is the other front page on that side, or is it all sewn together? A folded page and a folded page and a fold? I don't know. We have to ask all these questions. Oh, golly gee. So I am, even though it took all this time to redo everything, I'm taking a 2-minute or 1-minute break. I don't know. I want to come back. I don't know where I was. There's just so much information out there that might not be pertinent to everybody. Okay. But at the end, right, the cow in the field wasn't pertinent to anybody. The vegetables on the side of the road weren't yours or pertinent to anybody. Or the filter company wasn't pertinent to anybody until you drove your car and you needed the filter. Until you wanted to buy something for supper and you said, I'm going to eat meat, but the cow on the side of the road meant nothing to you. But the farmer still has to take care of that cow, make sure the hooves are okay, make sure the hooves don't get infected, because if the cow dies, no one eats. So nothing's important to anybody, and the work I do isn't important to anybody now. But the end result of this knowledge will bring transparency to the creation. To the creation that we live within, that we ask the question day in and day out, not all of us and not all the time. Where is God? Where is the Lord? Where is this? Who created this planet and how come? Well, all I can tell you is it's in the Word. In the word of creation is God, gates of the Omega divide. Not knowing everything is just knowing the difference and learning the missing pieces and what the alternative meaning to something may have, that does have in its reality, and how it works on the outside of life. For instance, where can I start? I have a watch. Do you need it? Well, I'm supposed to be somewhere in 15 minutes. Are you going to guess? Does somebody else have that watch? I'll be there in a while. Well, a while is something else. You're cooking, you're baking. Well, how much time should it be in there? Well, when the sun gets from here to here, it'll be ready. When the sky gets dark and then it gets light, I'm going to call that the morning. Got to milk the cows. You know what? I'm getting a watch. When the watch says 6 a.m., I know that rooster is going to start to crow. The rooster, okay, on the top of the building, 6 a.m., 5 a.m., it doesn't matter, because 6 starts with an S and 5 looks like an S. So it's in the AM, right? The male of the am. The energy is coming up and the energy is going down. There's an AM E soul and there's an AM soul. So when you start to say it's the same thing, you have the female soul. If you want to look for Sam, Uncle Sam, it's the male soul. If you're talking about God, because God is the gates of the Omega divide, backwards, okay, or part of the word says odd. Part of the word is found on number 7. How do you say that? Well, it's the 7th letter, and on the 7 key is the and sign. And since it's the and sign, it also reads DNA. And going into the French, they use ET. So when you bring this all together, you ask yourself the question, I brought it into the game. G, the 7th gate, into the soul, into us, the bodies. The holder of the soul is feminine. The holes in the soul, the empty space, is the empty space in the femininity. And what enters into the soul is the spirit of the Father into the cup. When I was a child, I used to play Fish Upon a Wish. When we used to ask, do you have any 3s? Red Rover, we want somebody to come over. Every single game that we have played has already been played, but not in a game, but in the building and formation of this creation that we find ourselves in right now, that every single day we find, where is the Lord? Why are we here? Well, we're not here at all, and this is not what is borrowed time, but this is what it is when you need help. So I believe I'm looking at it like this in my game. The Lord needed help and created help from oneself, from the elements of nature. What you call the Lord built the game for itself so it can build a boat to float on the water. It couldn't do it itself. Now it needed memory. I had to remember what you knew, and every time you did something, I had to remember. But I couldn't hold it all in here, so they had a central memory bank. They called it the day of rest, when they left it to the rest of us, out in the east and out to the west, up to the north and down to the south, from the southeast to the southwest, from the northeast to the northwest. It was a star system. And everybody knew in the elephant quarters of the microprocessor that we can all keep up. And I'm not me. This computer, what you see in your screen, is the extension of me that I can get done and come into everybody's houses on your choice. So when God created the Trinity of the plateau, connecting the three sides to the one side, that is where the mirror world shows up. And we are always walking, right? And one of the words I mentioned before that I learned yesterday, it wasn't a word, it was just a line. It was just a single line pointed in this direction. I've been looking at this line in this direction, and yesterday I was told that it's supposed to be in this direction like a unicorn, and I still won't take it, and I want to cry. I really want to cry. How come? Let me make it on a bigger scale. It's the E letter, which looks like almost the commercial A, being the female E and A go together, the AE coming together, 1 and 5 equaling to 6. Not your first numeric vowels that come together being as the smallest denominator, because the smallest denominator is the C, because it is between the A and the C is the rest of the story. It is B through, let me look at it. B through T is where A through what is U, the two ends of the shoelace. The 9 months of birth with the 12 months of the year equals to 21. 21st and first. They both end with ST, therefore they are the beginning and they are the ends. And we start from 21, 20, 19. That's our creation. What happens after that? The minute we hit 18, we go all the way around down to 1 again, or 0. Follow this. Try and figure this out. I'm going to write it down. We have something to work with, and it's the scale of 360. That comes in a circle. They also showed me that there are how many circles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. But in these circles, when you look at the sizes, right? They gave us the sizes, right? And 1 inch is right over here. So I have to stop my counting when I got here. I also have to look because there's rules and regulations, and they gave them to us right here, the hash marks, that they're working in 1/16, the hash marks on this. See that? You see that? 1, 2, 3, 4. You see the hash marks into here? I know that 8 to this side and 8 to that side and 88 will work in my hash marks. I also note that being at 16 and above the 9 line, I know that the 8 would be the half of the other half, the separation between the beginning and the end, starting with 1 inch and working your way up to the 2 inches. There's one line you can't use because you can't use both sides. So it makes it 8, 8, and 1, the separating line. That's where we get the 16. So the truth, not the truth, I'm going a little bit too quick because I've never really done this piece before, right? I don't remember how many circles there are here. All I know is that once you get to the first 8, Okay, we can do 9 or whatever. You get to the first 8, and then 17, and then 26, and then 35. 3 and 5, 8, 2 and 6, 8, 1 and 7, 8, and then 8. When you get to the fourth 8, you've created the mirror of it. A, B, C, D. You flip to the other side. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. That's the way it works. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. It is the heart of the diameter, the heart of where the alpha soul to where the diameter of the beta soul. And to work the beta soul, I gotta fill it up. Otherwise, with no life inside the cup, there ain't no life. The alpha soul and the beta soul. 2, 4, 6, which way? It's 8. I don't know if I want to go 4 this way, 4 on the bottom, if I just want to have an 8 star or an octagon, but it is the 2, 4, 6, and then the mirror 8. It's 6 and 2. In the French language, they explain to you to count. Once you get to 69, you have to stop counting. It doesn't go any further, right? It doesn't go any further. And what you've really added on is the 10, the 20, the 30, the 40, and the 50, and the 60. But the 6 was already there. You just added on the TY. The 40, you just added on the TY because the 4 was already there. So they're telling you these stories that at 44, right, and at 61 or all the way, everything in the 60s, always counts. The separation is the TY. That's a face. This is this cube, right? Let's not take this cube. I do have my calculator. When you add up 1 to 9, that equals to 45. The face of this cube is 45. It's a 5 average. We live in the E world. The L, 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 2 and 3. BC. It's the 10 code, 10-4, that when you pick up 2 of these cubes and this is magical. This is the calculator. This is the ATM. This is your Rubik's Cube. And there's more than one of these. There's a singular here where the heart is 3.5. But we have Rubik's Cube, which is the 27th area, creating 3 cubed. And in the 3 cubed, okay, if I get this correctly, there is a 1 cube, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can put a 2 cube moving inside a 3 cube 8 times. I'm going to have to show you that also. And usually 99% of the time, if I can tell you the story, I can show you it in action. Action counts. Magic. Magical. When you can't see something, does it mean it didn't happen? Because my dog is barking at something I didn't see or I didn't hear. I was not a witness to what my cat saw. I can't do what my cat does, and I can't do what my dog does, but guess what? My dog can be barking just as much as me if you didn't understand the word I said. So we're going to take a 1-minute break. You can ask me anything you want. The 3 connections of the club. The 3 connections of the club. And if you take a look into which one is it? This one over here, right? See the way this one folds into the center? And this one connects the center, central communication. Then we connect them here, right? Now, I'm not sure if I didn't make this exact. This is not an exact figure. But this is what works in 120 degrees. All the hookups are at 120 degrees equally in this. My design might not be perfect. It doesn't need to be. And all the eyes come up when everything starts to overlap with your circles. The, what do you call it? It's not the Merkaba or whatever it is. Anyways, okay. Another thing I wanted to mention is that 1st and 21st are the 2 ends of that ruler, or the 2 ends of that ST, right, count. Since, like this one over here, 1st and last, but in here, the 12th is last. With a yardstick, right? With a yardstick, 36 is last, but you have 3 of these. 3 and 6 equals to 9. But the reason I'm saying it's last at 21st, because it ends in an ST. Now, since 21st is last and 1st is first, and you're starting at the bottom of 1st, when you go around, you have to start from down here. below the 180 sign. So your creation started below over here, unless you're counting it this way and you want to say above. So right now we're just facing it, unless you wanted to talk about this way, or what about this way? And if I put all four of these together, right, it'll create a cube in the center, separating each side or one part of life. Unless we put it up on this angle, we'll be telling another story. This is where the world I believe we live in is, right here, right? And you bring these two sides together, or you bring these two sides together. I would have to show you just real quick something that we can do. Like if I brought these two together, right, I can't bring this together. So if I kept this separated, I can bring the inside together. It's either these two that come together, or these two stay apart and the east-west comes together. But when they show you the design, they show you it not moving. Not moving pictures. When you start to move the pictures, you can see something. Anyways, okay, so where was I with this? Yes, so with this here, when you start 21st, right, that's 3. 20th is 2. 19th, okay, 1 plus 9 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. That's 1. When you go to 18, you've reached the other side, right? It's actually the beginning, but you're starting at 1. Now, 18 in French is said as 10 and 8. So how do I know, right? They're not telling me, right? 10 minus 8. And also 19, when said in French, can be said as 10 and 9, meaning 10 minus 9 equals to 1. Minus has a sun inside of it. M, right, which has a V inside of it, which automatically shows me two sides. What letters tell you? Where else is a letter used? Is a letter part of the another dimension, like a pointer or an arrow? Right? Okay, so I'm going to take that 2-minute break now. Don't leave me. I don't know what's been said out here. I'm trying to look up. Okay, this was done. They're not giving me my live on my big camera. I don't know why. It says set up stream help. I've never needed set up stream help. Why is it asking me now for set up stream help? Let me look at this. I'm not canceling this. Where is it always? I've never had that exit. Just give me a second. I just want to see something. This says stream. I don't stream. Just give me a second. Your channel. Okay, just give me a second. Just want to see something. Okay, it says create, and it says go live. So I go to go live, and it wants a stream, a live stream, connected 4 live viewers. Let me go to this over here. Oh, okay, so now I see, but the camera won't come up on. Oh, yes, now it does for the first time. Okay, very good. So current viewers, Art Cherry, hey, yes, TY. Google AI listened and maybe figured you needed help. Well, right now I can tell you that I'm doing this on another machine. I'm not on my major computer. So it could be the major computer that's the problem. Okay, now when you say that's all theory, what's all theory? You're talking about what you said is in theory? And was that AI or was that Al's Diner from Reboot? Remember, they had the Silver Surfer. Theory? Can everything be theory? I'm going to ask you a question. If you're telling me that what I do is theory, this is a number 5. That's a number 2. The halfway between these two is 3.5. That's the truth. So is that truth or theory? Right? This has nothing to do with the world. We're inside a book. When you join my channel, we're inside a book. And inside this book, right, we're looking for anomalies. We're looking for information from the alphabet. We're looking for information, like a theory can be, well, this pen is up, this side is up, this side is down in theory, but now this side is down, this side is up. Is that part of the theory? Just give me a minute. We're going to take like a 1-minute break here. Just give me a second. Here, how about if we show you something else? Just give me one second over here. I needed to, where was I moving this? Where was I moving this? Where's that cat? Did you come in the house, kitty cat? So now, well, I'm not even plugged in. I'm gonna have to plug this in right after. So, where can we do this? How do we do this? I'm trying to see if I can turn the screen around. I know I was able to do it yesterday. So what does this check mark mean? What is the check? I was able to turn around the camera yesterday. But let me see in here. Share, no. No. How do I turn it? Can I turn around this camera while I hold my iPad? Share, no. How can I turn the camera? Let me see if I can turn the camera around. What's this? Okay, I got it back. Just give me a second. I'm trying to see if I can turn this iPad around. Mic standard, this, that, focus, video effects. Let me see. They have me center stage. Oh, maybe the camera. Okay. Oh no, you can't see it. So, how do I do that? How do we do this? Let me see if we can do this. So you can see this, right? Hold on a second. This is not good that I can't. This is just a crying shame. You know that? Let me take. Yeah. So just 1 second. I mean, this is just a crying shame the way I work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I wish I can show the camera the other way. I don't know why it's not switching. Oh, maybe I can do it. Hold on. No, just give me a second. Once this video is going, so listen, I don't know what you're seeing, so I'm gonna have to do this the silly way. Okay, just be the silly way, and put this over here so I can see what I'm looking at, right? So when you're looking at that stuff, how are you looking at that, right? Or which way are you looking at it? You see that? None of that is a coincidence. And that's telling a story. None of this floor is a coincidence. None of it. None of this work is a coincidence. This one over here talks about when you go from 10, okay, to 1 to 5. When you go to 10 and when you go to 5. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to go a little bit slower. Okay, Google's AI, okay, but that's just a theory. Roman numerals. I am so spread out beyond the 180 degrees. I run the circumference where the dark side always reigns. I like to see what nobody else sees, because if you don't see something, and I don't see it either, I know that what you're asking, I'm going to want to go and see. Minus has the sun in it. Yes, minus has the sun in it. Okay, so this is what I want to do with Roman numerals. And there's not just, I'm not the only one. In fact, I'm a peanut. If you go and look at the imaginations of the people of the world, it is insane. When you listen to music, if you can put something on, when you like something, when you learn to like something, when you understand what it means to like something and why you're liking something, why you're going so deep and how it touches you and why we should go there. What makes me want to go somewhere where I don't see anything and I make an equation in there so I can, if I make the equation and I'm going to look at it now that I've done this over 20 years and I see there is a meaning and it just doesn't mean something to me. Every one of you are living your lives based on this meaning in one way or another. The clock on the wall, when you get up in the morning, what time it is in the day, somebody you pass on the street, the temperature outside, How will you cool the temperature in the shower? The hot and the cold is 43 and 34. CD and DC. 1 times 3, 13, 31. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3. So what's 1331? 11 times 11 times 11 equals to 1331. It's not only that, it's also 131, which is the 91st minute after the hour of 12. It is the 811th minute. Did I get this right? 720 and 91? 720 and 91. It's the 811th minute if you started at midnight and went to the 1331st minute. Otherwise, you'd be going 131 as in 131. When the angels come to town, when you come through Saturn, when you run by the cycle of the feminine and masculine electric moon, to run through Egypt at 5772, to understand what 2012 is, to know that 6 inverts to 9, to invert to 6, to where 8 are the two bubbles within the tails of the 6 and 9. I don't know why my camera is like moving with me. I don't like it. It's a little big in front of my face. Let me fix this. Whoop. Yeah, my camera keeps moving. I want to know why. I want to know. Just give me a second. Focus. No. I don't like the camera keeps following me. Video effects. Video effects. Let me see. Okay, it doesn't follow me anymore. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Zooming for special effects. And I'm not happy that I can't turn this around, so I should probably start up another one on my phone, right? How about if we give you the mirror effect and turn everything around? Like I just raised my right hand, right? But if I raise it in front of the mirror, right? If my hand comes up here, what side? Anyways, no. But if I raise my hand here, okay, we're getting it right. No, this hand is supposed to show up on that side for me. But anyways, so you understand that when you say 11, 11, 11, the 11, is 1331, which, okay, this is, I just have to get, I don't have my calculator. Where's that? Where is it? Where is it? I like to beam it off the calculator. Okay, now the thing is, 11, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 will create a 3, but it'll create a 2, 1, 3, or is it a 1, 2, 3? Do you follow me? The 12 or 21, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. By creating that, you create the letter L. When you create L and L instead of CC, because 3, 3 can also be LL, right? The heart of the third world is L. In reality, it's C, meaning to the left of me is LC, like LC the cow. And to the right of me, there's LC, and there's CU, which is copper, which is the third world. CU equals to 24, LL equals to 24, and LC equals to 15. And my major work that I work with goes the same, XOX. Dividing gate of the quarter houses of Mars, right? What element is this? This divides the gate 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, create the separation in the cube, 8 and 6. The payout is place 6 and get 7 in the spirit of 76, which is Uranus and Saturn. What happens in the 90s? When you get to the 90s, you are inflicting within it, both the 70s and the 80s show up in the 90s. For reason that 2030, okay, needs to come because it is the end of the numbers 80 and 90, the high heavens, birth of the high Q, 17. 17 inverted is J10, which is the creation base of 10, A, B, C, D, which is now the J for Jack or John or Johnny or Jesus, that will ignite the energy. For the numeric value of Jesus reverses time is bull, which is the second zodiac sign representing the house, or the ox, not noted to be the rat that's in the cup, or the Aries that's in the cup, keeping all the balance in the house. And it's not me who talks, but they're right here. And it's the alphabet that was designated to us. It was the dots and the dashes. It was all the differences. It was all the similarities. Because of all what is similar is different within their own house. If I say 8 and you say 8 and another one says 8, I got a 628. You have a 448. They have a 538. They're not the same in the star system. Because 2 times 6, 2 plus 6. 2 times 6, 2 plus 6 equals to 20. 3 times 5, 3 plus 5 equals to 23. 4 times 4, 4 plus 4 equals to 24. 1 times 8, 1 plus 8 equals to 17. 2 times, is that what it is? It was 1 and 7, 8. It can only be 0 and 8 equals to 8. The 1 and 7, right, equaling to 8 will be 15. So we have 0, 8, 1, 7, we have 2, 6, 3, 5, 4, 4. So this is what we have. But these are the different stories. In this one, 3 times 5 is 15. 3 plus 5 is 8. 8 and 15 is 23. Over here, the 4 and 4, 4 times 4 is 16. 4 plus 4 is 8, 24. Do you know what this is, the 23 and 24? It's the DC. DC, the hot and the cold, the red and the blue, the purple, come in right over here. Why? Because the 3 and 4 for Earth and Mars separate between ABC and BCD. ABC, D, ABC, BCD. 6 and 9 dividing the 7th gate to where 10 comes in. The first configuration of 10 is ABCD equaling to 10. The ABC equaling to 6, the BCD equaling to 9, which is a 3 times 3, 3 plus 3, equaling to 9 and equaling to 6. That is where your rotation comes in. 9 and 6 is 15. We spoke about 7 and 8 being the gateway that is in between what is 6 and 9, 15 is 7 and 8, 15. The 7 and 8, 15 and the 9 and 6, 15 is where after that, the coming together of A, B, C, 10 is what brings you to 40, to love, to nothing. When you play tennis, you get 15, 30, 40, and the configuration, right, over here is the same configuration. Your 33 is the last numeric value you can have in French, right? Now I'm only working with 1, 2, 3, or 4 letters, or 4 numbers. And remember, A is the separator. It's this. A does this. It separates. And you see the 2 houses on each side with the 1 controller in the center? That's 3 areas. 1 is a separator. It separates from here, it separates from here, and it separates from here. The Son, the God, the Holy Ghost, the same way the rings of NASA go, you know, NASA, which is noted to be, if you look at the Mona Lisa Da Vinci Code, and inside every single partition of that movie, Da Vinci Code, it's telling us a story. And in that story, our evaluation of the story will become the truth of that element. But we're going to first be looking for Mona Lisa. It's a name. Da Vinci Code. It's a name. To divide. It's another word. And more words. And the more they speak, the more we know. Forget about what they're telling us in the story. We just want to know what the story that's being told to them, whatever story that they've been given, to read the script through the imagination of a mind of the writer or the director. Directing for a reason, coming from where? The invisible man, the imagination, coming right inside your own head. Where'd it come from? How did you know? What a great book you wrote. What great inspiration. Oh my God, where does it come from? We must all be crazy. Lunatic, they call us. Did you know the name of the Earth moon is Luna? Yeah, that's right. You have demons in the closet, demons? Do you have any phobias? How about Sesame Street? Think it means nothing? Says nothing? We're going to get back to the 1331 where the 11, 11, 11, and 11 can create the letter L. The 11, 11, 11 will actually say Allah inside the cube. It's also going to say DC. It's also going to show us the rotation of the moon and explain to us that in the broken down world, the half-life of 33. The half-life of 33, 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 gives us rotation. Gives us rotation between 1 and 1. This would be an A split, this would be an A split, or it's a one-sided A, the other side of the A, and then we're living in between the two worlds, which have joined, or we split them in half. I say it's the half-life because the full life, or the full life of the mirror, is over here. Once you put this inside, each one of these becomes quarters. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Also noted to also be 5. The average of a dot on a cube is 5, right? There's 105 value on here because there's 21 dots. The hand of God. 3.5 times 3, or 1 1/4, if I get that right, or 1 and something. There are 10 parts of 3.5 and 35. We use 8 of the 10 parts to create the cycle of the moon, which is 28 days, 28 of the 3.5 that the inside. So I'm assuming the difference, right, to getting to that area, right, is we're just staying outside that area because there's 21 that's forcing us to stay away. I'm hoping I'm explaining that right. If you say open says ami, okay, if that's the way you want to say it, and I close my eyes and I really know, I believe you're trying to say open sesame. Sesame, or size, okay, size, I see it as 16. I also see this as say ami. Ami is a friend. It's also am is soul. So adding A to ME becomes soul, to where M and E can possibly be matter and energy, which is the same as Jesus Christ. Or the 13 ball and the 5 ball in pool are the same color. So M and E, since they're the same color, magical, magical, I am bringing together two different worlds. Why? In the M is orange. I bring red and yellow together. When I bring the red and yellow together, I create the orange. So now I have the orange duck. I'm not out of luck, but I don't want to, but I can't. So when you exchange the world of the duck and it's the world of the mirror, the duck becomes the 1.5 times the difference. The 4 dice is found here. It's also located on the 5 and the 6. The 5 and the 6 is what your base creation is. Here's your 5 and 6. Your reverse is 1 and 2 creation. Your base creation comes in blue and yellow according to pool. According to another world, it's red and it's white and it's red and it's blue. That's when it comes to horse racing. I don't like to go into too many areas of numbers because it might shrink the, do you know what I'm saying? Like if I used all the colors together, what are you going to see behind me? Don't imagine it. We separate our colors for the vibrational value that they are. And it has nothing to do with my unbalanced choice. I'm not being, I don't become anti of anything. I'm not against anything. And if I do remark on anything at all, what is the reason for it? And what am I saying? Am I saying it right? Am I visioning it wrong? What is wrong with what I am saying? Explain it to me so I can better understand why it is right or wrong to say this, when all it is if you don't understand something, or if you see something, the better element is to have the verb or the adverb, the color commentary on, oh my God, they cut me off. I can't believe, and you put a name to something, right? Just so to give a better description. And if you hear the name 900 times out of 901, there's something wrong. But anyways, let me get back onto the 11, 11, 11, because when you have 11, 11, 11, you also have, okay, 7, 7, 7. And it's so ironic how 7 works. It's just, 777. I wish I can turn this camera around, right? I wish I can turn this around. I'm gonna see if I could. But 777 equals 343. If I add 777 to each other is 21. I'm down by the cube and I'm on blackjack. The average, okay, of 91. And I don't like that I'm showing you to this, right? Let me see if I can do this. Can you see this? How does it look? Just tell me how this looks. Just give me a second. Whoop, hold on a second. Maybe if I got a little bit more light down here. Hold on. Can you see that? So when you take a look at 777, right? You have 343. When you add it together, you get 21. You add it together, you get 364, which is 13 moons times 28 days, right? Times 28, that's 1414. 1414, right, are located right here on 2 cubes. Because if you count here 4 and 2, the other side is 5 and 3. If you count 6 and 5, the other side is 1 and 2. If you count 4 and 2, the other side is 5 and 3. If you say 3 and 6, it's 4 and 1. And this is not magical. This is the mathematics of the cube. It's absolutely stunningly perfect. This is the best diamond in the world you can ever buy. If you want freedom, if you want to understand what's going on in this world, for me, this is what I see. When I wrote the title of this, if I can remember the knowledge, you shall see the transparency of our creation will bring you to the understanding that our Creator left it right here. Are you here to do the work? We just need a small group of salespeople, right? What are we selling? Nothing. We're selling, do you want to know? We're selling, do you want to know? And you show up to somebody's door, and you bring a couple of cubes, and you go, did you know that there's 3 missing in the middle? And they would go, yes, and right away you got your confirmation. But if you put it out into a movie, right, all these connections, then there'll start to be questions. We want to know more. We want to know more. Tell us more. Tell us more. And then we'll get workshops. We'll start with some workshops. We should get this written out. We should have this online. I mean, maybe my cuckoo head. I don't know. But anyways, let me jump off of that. Let me continue on to the dice cubes. So what happens over here with this, it just so happens, okay, it's a really freaky number, that 7 times 13 equals to 91. It just so happens the spirit, the word, is 91. It just so happens that 61 is the church. Okay, the church. Right? It just so happens the church is 3, 8, 3, 8, 39, 3, 8. Monkey angel, created in the heavens. Monkey angel, created in the heavens. Where do I see that? Number 83 is monkey. It's made up of 11, 11, 11. It's made up also the word game, the word queen, the number 26 or 62, or for 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., the half-life. Where do I get all these numbers from? I'm going to explain it. If you go from 6 in the morning to 10 at night, 1 plus 0 is 1, to 6 in the morning, you have 6. If I want to use this on the high scale and say it's from 6 in the morning to 10 at night, I can put 10 over here, so it'll be 16 and 16, right? Irregardless, these turn out to be 7 and 6, equaling to 13 and 13, M and M, D and D, maybe the medical doctor if you want. Where does this come from? 7 and 6 is 13. 7 and 6 is 13. 1 and 6 is 7. 1 and 6 is 7. The total of this whole number here, okay, happens to be 36 and 13. 6 times 6, 36. Right? 36 plus 6 plus 6 plus 1. And you total out the whole number. 4 and 9 is the marriage to Mars. This number over here, life, is the 22nd letter. Where's that life? Right over here. U5U. The 21st letter, the 5th letter, and the 21st letter. I put this 22 together over here, right? 22nd hour of the day. 22 and 5, the 21st letter and the 21st letter. Over here, the U and the U is 21 and 21. I think I made a mistake over here. What was that, the 5? Why did I put that? Although it is that in another context, over here we're going to have the 5. 88, when you add them up, reverse. 51 to the 7th gate, 1551. You know what this is? This is your rotation by time or by the beast, equals to 1551. It's the quarter movements on Earth, the house of Mars. The 6 times 1, 6 plus 1 equals to your 7 and 6. Your 7 and 6, your hot and your cold, your red and your blue, is connected to 3 and 7, 6 and 4, equaling to your 10, 10. When I was explaining to you the heart, where the alpha soul goes, is to the rim, where the beta soul exists, inside this house, the E world. 1 times 2 and 1 plus 2, equaling to what is 3 and 2, 5, the alpha omega in the cup. The rotation is 6 and 9, bringing on this over here. This connects, bringing on 8 with this connecting line. With this line through here, you end up with 6. We have a dividing gate. That dividing gate shows up right here to begin with on number 24, where you see 2 times 4 equals to 8, 2 plus 4 equals to 6. And I don't have to tell you, because I'm not telling you the truth. I'm going to show you. That is the truth. Nothing to do with me. It's here. They say it's in Mecca, the house of Kaaba. They sit around it and they pray to it because that's what we're running by. It's right here. The deck of cards, the keyboard, everything was constructed for us. God didn't walk away from us. Everybody stopped searching. Just give me 1 second. Let me show my pretty face and take a breather, because there's so many leaves growing on the tree that's branching its branches, that's sticking out its branches. The flowers are growing. I'm hoping they're growing with you. Yeah. Just give me, I'm taking a 1-minute break. I'm going to come back and keep on working on this number and show you how precious the 13 and the 7 are. To note that I don't know much of the ancient stuff. So if you have ancient stuff and want to show me, we'll see where we can match it up with today's history. I just know that the 13 and 7 is that Mayan, let me see if I can search it up here for 1 second. I know I have it in one of my papers here. I got tons of papers, tons of stories. I like this one here. I'll show you in a minute. Another story. You know, they came up with a lot of games, right? And through these games of Sudoku and tic-tac-toe, well, for me, I use them as guidelines. What I can do in the game, what I can't do in the game. And there's a couple of ways to look at it is what shape should I be using? And they can use this shape in the game. See the way I can connect all these numbers up? See, I can't go in the corner. I can never touch 15, right? I can't touch it. Just can't touch it. Doesn't reach over there. Otherwise, I don't have conformity, right? See the way it creates the beehive in here? Now, don't forget, I'm running on lines. I'm only running corner to corner and line to line. But if we start making diagonal lines inside numbers or creating separate area space for the numbers with these diagonal lines show movement of 1. Lines that go this way show movement of 2. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The diagonal line, and it's a different way of measuring my dots and dashes. I'm going to show you, if you remember the diagonal line. I'm going to see if I can do one over here, right? And it shows me the half-life, which is represented by the queen. She's the half-life. The queen is the half-life. 8 eyes on the queen, 7 eyes on the king, 6 eyes on the jack. 6 and 4, 3 and 7, 2 and 8. We know in Saturn's square, the odd numbers move to the inside and the even numbers move to the outside. But there's other squares, a couple that I've done, okay, that will move, let's say 2 and 8 to the outside, but it'll keep 1 and 9, and we'll still have the perfect numeric star. To note that all numbers that you see 0 through whatever, okay, and there's only, there's 36 duplicate numbers, and then there's repeaters, meaning 11, 22, 33, 44, 55. Now 66 and up, we have to switch over. The reason for that, the clock doesn't allow for it. So we either play in the game of the quarter houses and 100%, or we play in the game of the third. 4 times 4 is 16, 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 and 16 is 24. 8 is 1/3 of 24, call it the father soul, and 16 is 2/3, call it the female soul, call it BC. B and C is what creates ABC to what BC will create and connect D with BCD, bringing the AD world together through BC after the death, playing in the world before the Christ. That's what it's telling us. It's playing after the death and before the Christ. How is that possible? But that's one of the stories. And it keeps getting shifted over on every single level. Meaning that the first level of 1, although it goes into 1, right? A full formation is 10. But do I work with 2 thumbs in the game? Or when I'm hitchhiking to the galaxy, I only use 1 thumb out of the universe, the other thumb in the universe. 5 and 5. I divided the hemispheres myself. This hand's working for this side, this hand's working for that side, this foot is walking forward, that foot is catching up, surpassing this forward, I'm walking forward. In French, they taught me, right, that the E, there's an accent gu and an accent grave. It looks like this, it looks like this, and it looks like this. I just found out yesterday. Now, I'm sure the person's telling me 100% the truth, but it's just so hard to believe that they told me it's doing this. It's doing this, like a unicorn, or it's doing this. When you're doing this, right? When you're doing this, and when you're doing this, it's not the same. Imagine plowing the streets like this, and then plowing the streets like this. Like this, you're a funnel, and you bring everything into you. Call it the snowblower. But like this, okay, call it the plow. The snowblower and the plow, whether or not your unicorn, right, is sticking up like this to you in the E world. That's what it looks like. They call it accent aigu, accent grave, and it's also shown on this dice cube. Built this world on rock and roll. Rock and roll. You know, some people don't like to hear the hard rock music. And then some people are like, they call it demons, and some people can't handle this. But it opens up an area within inside you. Everybody's opened a little bit differently, right? Imagine if we were all the same, we'd learn nothing. Oh, you want to see Atlantis? Atlantis is in Georgia, okay? You remember Atlantis is also for communication purposes. They stole the Georgia, I'm not sure, the electric or election or something or other, and they stole it in Georgia. Georgia, George. The IA is the artificial intelligence. AI goes through together in the letter S. The letter S is the 19th letter where it brings AI together. It's two different systems, 1827464536 to where 293856 and 47 come, where the beast comes with Jesus. It's the S letter is the 19th letter, 10 plus 9 or 10 minus 9, leaving it as 1A. 1A, notice, is something that divides something because the A or the ace is in multiple worlds, knowing that the AC comes together, the 1 and 3, 11 times 11 times 11, 1 and 3, or the mail comes together, not delivering the mail. I have to put a stamp on that, S and T being first or last, because it left where it started and it ended up where it had to go. Amplify. So where was I with this? 1313. Yes. So when you say the word ace, you haven't implicated the E inside of this. When you say 1 and 3, you're going to create 3 and 4. When you talk about 1 and 2, you're going to create 3 and 2. So either you connect 3 and 2 and then 3 and 4 for 2, 3, 3, 4. Our vibration is 4, 3, 2. Where does this all come from? 12, the 12th letter in the alphabet, the letter L. The reverse of the letter L is the letter O. The next level up to the letter L, okay? If you level up a full level, you move forward 1. It becomes the V. The reverse of the V becomes the E, and the word is love. Love comes together. It's a 4-letter word, and I don't know if there are any other in the entire dictionary that reverts to itself at a value of 54, which is the value of the sun, giving you 4 times 4 letters, which gives you 4 times 13 plus 2 equals to 54. 4 times 14 minus 2. 2 above and 2 below. 22, 22 for life in the house of Beit, leaving that area space only 0.5 away from each side, so we can feel that vibration. There's a 0.5, which will be the Earth and Mars. There is the 1.5, which will be the 2 of Venus and the 5 of Jupiter, the Mars piece. And then there's going to be a 2.5 representing Earth. 2.5 plus 1 is 3.5. 6 minus 2.5 is 3.5. 3.5, okay, 10 of 10. 3.5 times 10 is 35. 3.5 is the half of the dice. The cycle of the moon is 28. 28 grams to an ounce. So we have to understand that what our packages work like and where they fit. So since we have 28 grams to an ounce, we also have 28 days to the cycle of the moon working at the ounce. An ounce looks like number 11 in French, ounce. So we have, when you look at the 1 and the 6, and there's a 2.5 missing, how about the letter Y? When you see the 1.5 missing from the center, you see the O, and you go, yo, 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 hey boy, where you going? Yo, yo, yo. It's 40 plus 2, 42. It's the passageway. Call it what you want, but I know that between what it equates to, 6 and 8, it is the passageway of the seventh gate of the two cubes. Whether it's a 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, and each one tell a different story. And I have to mark down what I just told you, the climbing stage of 10, which is 12L, you add 10J equals to 22, then you add J10 again equaling to 32, and J10 again equaling to 42. What's funny, when you move up a number level by 10, not 9, 9 brings you back to the same level, but 10 doesn't. 10 brings you forward, A, B, C, D, 10, right? So what happens here is J for Jesus, J for Jack, J for 10, J bringing in the mirror world, which is the D world. So now you have JD coming together. J plus D equals to 14. But this 14, right, is 1 and 4 equals to 5. Does that mean I bring in the E world? When you bring in 14, do you bring in the E world 5? Also to note that it is 14 and 23. 14 and 23. I don't know if I have it here, but it's 14 and 23. I'm going to show you this. Then I'm taking a 1-minute break. The 14 and 23. I'm not sure if you can see this. Let me see if I do it this way with more light. Okay, here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can just put this down here. Let me raise this off the ground just a little bit. Should I raise it off the ground a little bit more? Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, so I have to see where I am with this. Can I see these? Hold on a second. To lunch with this. I can't figure out how to turn this camera around. I thought I can turn it around. It's got to have a way to turn it around, right? Anybody know how to turn the iPad around? Whoa, what is that? Whoa, I just made my face like a million times bigger. Oh, oop, I just pulled something in my back. Okay, so let me just turn it upside down and show you. Let's see if I can do this. Last time I'm going to try. I'm going to have to go upside down, you know. I'm going to have to go upside down with you. Okay, so now we're upside down, okay? Right? So you can see the Y. Do you see the Y that's right here, or the X? Or where the Y is, right, is number 14. Where the X is number 23. So if you want to call it chromosome or whatever, right? So that's the X and Y. So we know where the 14AD fits in, and we know where the BC fits in. The BC fits in on the X. The AD fits in on the Y. So you have to determine or just figure out or think what are the possibilities. Let me see what happened over here. I got a whole bunch of stuff here. Art Cherry cups. How many cups of coffee do you need? Believe it or not, I need about 1,000 a month. So, you know, to keep up with everything in reality, to live. I can't keep into my shell myself and do nothing. I believe that and I hate the money part. I think it's disgusting. I just hate it for some reason, you know. I also want to sit on a beach and but I also never want to stop learning. And you know, and I don't know if it's going to be in my pleasure to for the rest of my life to put in the number of hours I do, but you know what? I am, because the ship has not been built yet. We're still building the ark, and we ain't stopping. And there'll be time for play. I take my time for play. But there's too many people that are like, they're you know, Mars. If you take away half of Mars and flip it backwards, add the Y on it, says army. You know, what's the biggest employment? You know, the stripes, the army stripes, right? And there's so many people fighting over where's God, who's God, this God, and that God. And now they're fighting over, and I really don't want to bring up any of these. I don't want my videos to get blanked. Anyways, all the Irish kite in the world, right? If everybody would just know that for 30 days, if everybody would suffer for 30 days or 40 days, we'd all stop suffering. And you know what you have to do for that? I'm not going to say it. You have to figure it out on your own. But if you did stay home and do, right, if you did stay home with the family for 30 or 60 days, nothing would get done anywhere for anybody unless you did it yourself for yourself only, other than you going to collect from me or you going to collect from them. No one collects. No one collects the stamps anymore. You know what I'm saying? And no one leaves the house without a good reason, right? So everybody stays home. The only time you go out is for the good reason, when you work for yourself. Then no one brings home the bacon. No one's bringing home pigs this week, right? So now we got to figure that out. What do the pigs mean? Why the pigs? The cycle we run is a 3-3-3 cycle. So if we stood home for 30, 40, 50 days, everybody would be or might be starving. But if we knew we were all doing it together, it's at that point that we stood hand in hand that we'd all start helping each other at the same time. There won't be any banks open. There won't be any gas stations open. And I'm talking only in the book, right? Just this book here. You know, when you play online, you know, you're always shooting everybody down, playing Nintendo, Mario Kart, and everything else. And that's okay, right? Well, same thing. This is just a book. I'm just writing it in the book. You don't have to drive like a crazy Mario Kart. And you don't take this book outside its cover. Keep it in the game. But if we all stayed home for 60 days, there would be no more war in my book. Everybody would stop warring. No one would be fighting. All the bosses can say what they want. But then they go ahead and they get a few that come up and, hey, we're taking you away. We put out a new law. Put out what law? There's no law. The law is a wall, a blockage of freedom. The letter M has a V in it. Now, if we take the V, the way the letter M is made, I'd have to call it a skeleton. So how many area spaces are there in the letter M, and what is the letter M telling me? At the same time, if I have a V and a 1 to this side, and a V and a 1 to this side, what's that telling me? Because in what it tells me will be part of what it's going to tell us in the story. So I'm taking this 1 minute break. I'm going to write down the M. Not happy that I drew very messy on my paper. I like when everything's neat, and this is not neat. And I wish I can turn my camera around, you know. I have it live here, but how come I can't get it live? Let me just see something. I don't think I can go live twice, right? Let me see something. Enter studio. Let me see. I just want to see something. Just give me 1 second. So I want to see something. I'm just looking at something. See, it doesn't say I can go live. I just took off one of my ad blockers, right? Enable for this site. I was just checking something out. So just give me 1 minute. I'm going to take a 2 minute break. I want to look at so you support the English channel or the French channel? Or what channel was that? Are you channeling? Chanel. I know there was a Chanel. So channel. Do you know that the kennel almost sounds like channel? Did you know that Pluto, right? Pluto's master is a dog. Pluto's master is a dog. What's going on in the 1960s and 70s, right? Let's go to the 50s, 60s, 70s, right? Early 80s. We'll take a chunk out of Barney. Ho, ho, ho. Once I caught a fish alive. Ho, 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 ho. Sounds like Santa Claus to me, right? And the fish is noted to come on April 1st. April 1st is 1-4. 1-4 runs around the cube. 1-4 actually noted to be home. 1-4 known to be king. 1-4 comes out of the divided gate. 1-4 comes out from number 11, the creation of the student, which will come from the dice cube, number 5 and 6. When the F shows up, 5 and 6, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals 10. Window 88, 10. A, B, C, D, the ring. A, B, C, D, the ring. It'll never happen. It can never happen. There is never A, B, C, D on this. A, D, F, C. Where's the B? Where's the B? I got A, I got C, but I ain't got no B. So now I got the B. So let's see what we can do. We have we have B, F. Now we're going to have E. Now we're going to have A. But now we ain't got no C. We ain't got no creation. So the 4 was up. If I put the 3 up, I have A, I have B, I have F, and I have E. But I ain't got no creation. So I can have 1 and 2 come together. I can have 1 and 3 come together, right? See the way they're at this corner? So I can't have all 3 of them come together. So it's dictating to me what I could and what I can't. It's showing me that I'll only show you 5 of 6 sides. That'll be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It'll never show you 21 because there's always 1 to the downside. If you want to stand on 17, you'll be standing with the 3 creation up, and your creation will be like this. 1, 2, 5, and 6. So your creation is an 11. F. A, B, C, D, 10. F, 11. Window 10 equals 88 and 10, 98. And then window 11 that it's coming into is 99. And that's what brings you home back to the one spirit of the heavens of Venus. 4 times 20 equals 80. When they say 81 in French, listen to how they say it. Okay. They say it 81. When you hear 81, to me as an English person, it sounds like 4 times 21. So when I get to, I got to get a new book. So when I get to 4 by 20 and 1, well, it's not and 1, right? But it's 4 by 21, okay, is what is 1. So it equals to 84. So when I say 81, it's 84. When I say 82, okay, when I say 82, I'm going to say 22, and it's going to equal to 88 when it's really 82. When I say 83, I'm going to say 4 times 23, and that's going to be 92, when it's only going to be 83. When I go 4 times 80, when I want to get to 84, I'm going to show you this in a second. When I go 84, 84, okay, when I say that, it sounds like 96 when it's really 84. So this is what happens. When you get to this one over here, the 3 and the 4 are inverted to each other. Once you get this is your creation world. The AB goes into the C. This is the mirror part. Your mirror part's over here. The alphabet splits here and here. Here your Pluto. Here your ape. Here is where Rubik's Cube comes in, your 11, 11, 11, Allah. Creation, ape. Creation, the club. Creation, gold, pliable. And it comes from this number over here. When I'm saying when I'm saying 81 in French, it comes out to this. So we're looking at these two, what they configure between each other. So if I go further on into the numbers and go 4 by 25, right, it equals to 100. And the other mark is going to be 85. And the thing about when you go by threes, there's another way to look at this, is that anytime you pass, if you want to count to a single digit, right, like this is what it's going to be. Instead of 4 times 23, it'll be 4 times 2, and then 4 times 3 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. Then I'll go 24 is 4 times 2 is 8, and 4 by 4 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7. And then when it comes to 25, it becomes 8 and 2. So you end up that in rotation, right? In rotation over here where it's 96, it becomes 87. And that's where your gateway, the king and the queen, the gateway over here. And this shows up in Pluto. 24 is for the cat. 25 is for Earth. I need to use 6 numbers inside of here. So we can't use 80. It's a plateau. So use 80 through, no, you use it through 26. So you go 4 by 26 equals to 102 or 86. And this one over here is 86. So your dividing gate of 6 and 8, right? 26 is dog, 62 is queen. This is the invert to what Mars would be. This is also to note to be, if I got this right, I think I got that number wrong, right? 24. Right, it's 104. Sorry, I got that wrong. So let me just look at this again. This was 86. This was 104. Why is this 86? Hold on a second. 4 by 6 is 24. 2 and 4 is 6. This is 86. Okay. So where am I? I don't like that it's backwards, right? So we have 4 by 2 is 8. 4 by 6 is 24. 2 and 4 is 6. So we have 8 and 6 divides the gate. 104 is your communication, dividing the gate over here. This one over here was 100, went to 80. Was that 82? 82 and 85. So that's the cycle in the moon, cycle in the home. 41 and 41 is 82. 85 is the silver matrix. Okay, I'm not sure if it's the pentagram inside the octagon. I know that the 5 is the E world. I know that the 2 and 5 are opposite of 3.5, the 7th gate. So this has to be discussed. Also to note that 2, 5, and 8 all work together. It's on the cross. Those are the letters, 2, 5, and 8. I know they will all recreate 8 themselves. 8 times 5 is 40. 8 plus 5 is 13, and 40 is 53. 5 and 3 is 8. 2 times 8 is 16. 2 plus 8 is 10, and 16 is 26. 2 and 6 is 8. So 8 comes into 8 as gold, silver, and bronze. The numeric value in English go back into 8, where in French, gold goes into 6. Silver is argent. Let me see what that brings out. 19 and 12 is 31, 40 and 45 is 65. Okay, so let me 20, 34, 39, 46, 56, 65. Okay, argent is 65, or is 33, and I think bronze is bronze, so that's 80. So it becomes 628. It's funny. It's so funny because it's just funny to me that it becomes 628. It's just because of what it says to me, you know. 6 and 8 where the dividing gate is at, right? So we also know that it takes 1 and 2 to create what is 3. The 6 and 2 equals to what is this? This shows me rotation in the sun. This is who we are. We are that 11 creation, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. So it seems that this is the house of Venus, right? It's 4. Let me see this again. Yeah, it's 4 times to get to this. When you look at the 6, when it's written backwards, it looks like a 2. But this is actually the 6, this is the 2, and this is the 8. Looks like 2, 5, and 8. And you know what? 2, 5, and 8 is in the center numbers. Now I'm taking a 2-minute break. Okay, just 2 minutes. Then I'm going to come and show you some pictures. We're going to go over some stuff. We're going to discuss why I do it. Has it been done before? 99%, or let's say 90% of everything I do is done somewhere. I found that somewhere I can match it up with something. And like I said before, and I didn't finish with this, okay, to where the 11, 11, 11 cube. So maybe I should set this up over here so you can take a look at it while I'm getting something. I'm not sure if you can even see this. At the same time, I'm going to plug this in. I have some pictures to show you, things to talk about. Okay, my telephone is here. I need a 2-minute break. Pee-pee break for everybody. Let's take 3 minutes till it says 88. Can I turn my iPad camera around while doing a live video on YouTube?
I definitely recommend you download the Media Rewards app ASAP. They have paid over $2.5 million. Are you trying to figure out how to change YouTube live orientation? Well, today's business owner Q&A is from America's Business Owners Facebook group, and that's what shows to ask who wants to know. I'm Michelle Nelson. I'm a YouTube journalist and lead generator on YouTube. Use video to create visibility and generate leads for your business. Today, we're answering the question, how can I change YouTube live orientation on mobile? The very first thing is you're going to go into YouTube, which is actually where I'm at. So if you just go to the YouTube app, this is what it looks like. Here on the right-hand side, you can see this little icon, the bottom one here. If I touch that, it goes to vertical orientation. If I touch it again, it goes to horizontal orientation. So you choose before you go live if you want it to be horizontal or vertical. And if you don't make that choice before you start the live, you cannot change it later. So this is what choose vertical or horizontal. Then click next. You're going to answer the question about it's made for kids. I recommend you say it's not made for kids. Then it says it's set to go and you click.
How do I get my iPad to go to the back side of the camera while doing a live video? How to use the front of my phone, switch the camera so I can, oh my God, I can't even ask a question. How do I switch a camera from the front to the back while doing a live video on YouTube? How to switch my iPad camera to the back while doing a video.
So now on this record icon here to start taking a video. Then you'll notice that as you're recording the video, you have this camera icon here that allows you to
Okay, I don't have it. Okay, I'm coming back to fool around with it. I'm just warming up the water here. Be back in a minute. Just give me a minute, coming back. Oh, how is everybody today, right? Isn't everything going to come? Isn't peace going to come from this, right? Peace comes in knowledge, right? If we don't know, I mean, if I come over to your house and you don't know, why are you at my house? Why are you at my house? I don't know you. Why are you here? Why did you come to disturb me? But if you knew, right? If we wouldn't be in the negative and we'd be in the more in the positive, we always, I mean, you always have to be, what do you call it? Cautious. All your life, you're cautious for something, right? But we're somehow, as a human being, you can see the demeanor, right, of an animal coming towards you. How to act when a bear comes towards you. How to act when a bull comes towards you. How to act in front of a dog, a cat, a chicken, right? How do you trust your animal? Should we not learn about the animal? should we not be learning about the animals? Should we not be learning about the animals? Why was the rat first? What's an Aquarius? Why did they say Bélier and Aries? Because they're real. What does it mean, Libra? Balance. What is a Scorpio? Is it a scorpion? Why is it Cancer being a crab? Did the crab come first or did the Cancer come first? Can you put it in the can? Can you answer? But it's not the same answer in Cancer because it can't answer. Something's not jiving. You have a flip phone? No, I have the iPad. I have the iPad. The serpent going around the pole. The serpent is not the pole, but it goes around the pole. And the more times that serpent wraps around the pole, imagine the pole is this long and the serpent wraps and wraps and wraps and wraps. Imagine every time the serpent wraps, it's a year. So when you're wrapping, you're putting years onto the pole. I've got a 4-inch pole and I wrap 12 years around it. And then the cycle ends. And then I get a new pole and I wrap 12 around it. And the cycle ends and I wrap another pole with 12 around it. And the cycle ends. Now we're going to mirror the cycle, right? By just putting one more pole, 48 inches. Yes, it's 36 inches plus 12 inches. What does that mean? 12 less to 9 is 4/4 of 3 times 4 is 12. That's how I get it. 4 leaves a point or a V. But 3 causes a dashed line. The dashed line is with Earth. Do you understand? Who does, who doesn't, why, what am I doing wrong? It is so perfect. The meaning that when you make a straight line down, it's so much easier when my camera can see down. I might want to start this video over again. You know what? I'm going to take this chance. We're going to stop it now. I want to see if I can turn my camera around. What do you say? I mean, because I want to do this, right? I'm trying to figure out where the camera is. Oh, why in the world is it showing everything straight now? Oh, hold on a second. Something happened. 1 second. Okay, I got to get this centered, right? Hold on a center. Okay, now I got to put something on top of it so it doesn't move. Okay. Okay, now you can't see me, you know, but if you do want to see me, I'd have to put a mirror up here, you know. Forget about that. We're not going to fool around. I'm going to see what's up on my screen. Just give it a second. So how come when I turned it upside down, can you see this? Oh, maybe when you do it this way. I don't understand. When I put it completely upside down, you were able to see. So how come I can't turn this around? Oh, maybe down here. sketch, dance, crush, add moderator report, hide user, put timeout. No, I'm going to check this out and see if I can do this again. Let me see if I can do this. Let's try this. Sorry for all this crazy shit, okay? Just really sorry. So I have the camera over it, right? So where's the camera? So this is the wrong way. So let's get this done. I'm sorry I can't see anybody's faces, right? I'm going to have to now look up, okay, on my phone, comments, see what's going on here. Oy, this is cuckoo crazy. Okay, now I got part of the comments. Let me see. Let me see what I have here in comments. 1 second. Okay, just 1 second. I want to see. I don't see on my phone. It's like my screen shut off or something. I'm trying to figure out what's is it something sliding? I just can't figure out what's going on. Just give it a second. Something doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. I'm just going to have to put it up here and show it to you. For some reason, when I flip the camera upside down, I see it differently, but maybe it's just for me. Oh, you're seeing it the right way. I'm not. Okay, I feel so much better. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, let me drink a little bit of does my Rolls Royce have a camera to prove I'm lying? I agree. Dress, see Thanksgiving turkey, art shop, cam deceiving. Okay, so it's so hard to work this way, you know. I'm just very sad about all of this, and it is what it is. Okay, I'm going to hold up the mirror again. So what it is we were working before on 11, 11, 11, right? And when you do that, it's 1331. And what happens is 7 times 13 equals to 91. We run our life, what's it called? Our leap years as 131, and the cycle of the moon works in 131, and so does this over here work in 131, meaning that it's A, B, C, D, 1 plus 0 equals to 1, that on the 1 year over here, which is the birth year, right, we go back to start the cycle again. So are we running that cycle like this? Or are we running the cycle over here? We run A, B, C, and then the last one, we run A, B, and then we come down over here, and then we go C, D, and then we start A again. Or do we go C, D, C, B in this? And then, so in this, right, we started off here at A and here at A. When you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are your 7, your 4 is your passing date. This passing date is this. And you know what that means? It's the 6th, but the reality is it's the 3, 8, the 13th, and the 18th letter. Do you know why? 5 on my other hand, 3 on this. 10 on my toes, 5 on my other hand is 15, and 3 from any way counting. It is the 3rd, the 13th, the 8th, and the 18th finger. Okay? It's noted to say F11, C 11, K 11. Let me see if I got this in here. Where does this come from? The K is the 11th letter. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 3. The 2 and the 1 is the letter U. The 1, 2, and the 1, 2 over here, 3 and 3 equals to 6F. It creates that. The uck or the puck, if you want to do the puck, right? And in with a puck, right? P7 with UCK. 11 and 3 is 14 and 21 is 35. Look at that. We're at the gateway. Here, 11 and 3 equals to 14 and 21 and 3 is 24. 14 or 24, up a level from 14 to 24. I'm going to show you how I can reduce it a level. 11, 14, 21, 35 and 6 is 41. So the F becomes the 41 in the word, and the P becomes the 51 within the word. Notice the way this is up a level. I don't know that I'm showing you this properly. Notice the way this is up a level. Home and Mars between Puck and, right? This says home king, and it refers to Mars. And sorry, this one refers to Mars. On ice, Puck, part of the Pluto setup. That's why Pluto has been removed as a planet. It's no longer a planet since 2006. So imagine in the year 2030, right? It'll be 25 years, 24 years ends the cycle. You arrive at the gateway by removing the birth in 2006. Is it a machine if you haven't plugged it in? Is it a machine when you have all the pieces and parts? Is it a machine when the bolts have been put together to connect the machine? Is it a machine after the blueprints have all been driven up and all the calculations have been made and everything has been looked over and say, yes, this is going to work. This should work. This could work. This is made for this. But every time you get something made for something, we run into, in the first part of the operation, you run into the problems. So the problem stage comes into what? In the first year? In the first 3 years? The manufacturer's warranty and rebate after 90 days. On the 91st day, what happens? 13 by 7 equals 91. There's 13 cards in a suit. On the 91st day, which is now the 92nd day in a birth year, in the month of February of the 29th day, it creates the fish day, which is 2 circles going over each other, creating the fish eye. On April 1st, which was once the 91st day, because of the leap year, becomes the 92nd day. 23 by 4 in the 4th dimension of 23 equals to 92, which is also April Fool's Day. The 91st day. 13 by 7 equals to 91. When you add up 1, add it to 13, it equals to 91. When does it equal to 92? If I took the ace and I moved it away and I put ace 14, where would it be 92? I will have to remove and add. I added on 14. 1 through 14 equals 105, right? I can turn it into 92 into 92 by going 1 through 12, and 14 equals to 92. I can remove the king. I can also remove A, B, and D. which, let me see, did I do this right? I have to remove 13. Sorry about that, wrong one. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you what I'm doing. I got to work it out on paper. So once it's worked out on paper and I have the answer, I can show you, and then you can decorticate between yourself and go, I'm going to decorticate myself. And well, what does that word mean? Well, it's a discord, right? How else do you extend the word and say that what you're doing at the same time? By discorticating it. That's what you're doing, you know? So you're working it out between yourself. Let's take it easy, you know, don't get too excited. Okay, so let me decorticate this, right? So the major card to take off was a 13 to get the 92. But how else can I get the 92? Can I take off the 12? Yes. You can take off any combination. So you can take off A and L. You can take off a B and K. You can take off C and M. No, not C and M, sorry. CJ. CJ 103, right? CJ 103, Jesus Christ, CJ, right? So each of these will be equals to 13, and this is 13. Then you get to D and I, and that's 13, and that's when the birth comes in to the mirror world. 4 and 9, or 49, also equals to green. It also equals to the word 8. It's going to take into account 2, 7, 4, 9, 12, 17, 14, and 19. Because this finger, okay, this finger is going to take on those numbers, depending on whether you're using R, L, A, B. The A is for above. The B is for below. And you notice the way in above you start with A, B. So is that telling me once you're above you have the below? But it's not necessarily telling you that when you have the below, which starts with B, E, you're now in the E world. You see, the A is telling me I'm in the above. I'm in the B world, right? I'm in the B world. The second letter is the B world. And the other one, it's the E world. You know that B is sounding in E, and we are in the hive. We are living in the hive. We are living in a divided heaven. What is above is below, is etc. All you got to do is look at the Aleph. All you got to do is look at the percentage sign. All you got to do is look at some of my artwork and see how 6 and 9 rotate together, that when 6 and 9 are the last numbers, and they work out in 3 cube, which is exactly Rubik's Cube or the House of Kabah. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 is 6 and 9. Because when you get to 70, they're going to say 60 and 10. When you get to 70, okay, said that. When you get to 70, they will say 60 and 10. When you get to 77, okay, 78 and 79, when you are at 73, 74, 75, 76, and when you are at 71, 72, 73, and when you're at 70. I'm going to explain this to you, what it happens, what it does, where it brings you. 96, 78, you're automatically in Saturn square. 1.5 times 4 is what creates the half world. What creates the F? The D from duck. Okay? When you jump up to the Mars world, the half world in Saturn, it becomes the F in duck. Or the P in puck for replacing the F. But you usually use the PH together for the F sound. The P comes in as a P sound, but with the H, it sounds like the F sound. P and H together, the 16th and the 8th letter, which is the 44 dividing gate. P and H is where the gate divides 16 and 8. 16 and 8 equals to 24. 24, right? This is 44, and 24 equals to 8 and 6 equals to 14. So you remember I spoke before on how we move up a level, right? How we move up a level, how we divide the gates, how we put it together. So it's going to be right over here. Where is it? Okay, here. Right? So we went 4 times 4, 16 and 8. And then we went 2 times 4, 8 and 6. This one will divide that 7th gate at 14. We move up 10 to 24. 1 and 4, 5. 5, and I can't read the number. Sorry, 1 and 4, 5, 2 and 4, 6. So now A and B, you see 1 and 2 over here? 1 and 2 always come together. They don't go alone. It's 1 in between 2. If you talk about the 1, you're talking about Earth. You talk about the 2, you're talking about Mars. Right? You're also talking about the beta world because it's been encompassed. The 2 cubed and the 3 cubed. The 2 cubed moves around inside the 3 cubed. It moves all the way around that center point. Rubik's Cube. Take it into account. It could be Rubik's Cube. So let me take a sip of this coffee. Let me explain to you the 13s again, that when you get to April Fool's Day and why and what's happening on the 91st day into the after 12 weeks of pregnancy, what's happening, 12 inches on the ruler, A and B coming together, knowing that it's 3 ABC creation. Doesn't this prove anything? Does this prove anything? It proves to me in this project that we're working that that's the story being told by these mecha cubes. These cubes, the House of Kabah, right? The unknown cube, the half-life from the puck to the... And when you learn about the animals, right, and you understand that your zodiac sign is playing on multiple levels, that if you're born in 1984, 1 and 9 is 10, 8 and 4 is 12 is 22, equals to 4. So you're born under that 4th sign, but not necessarily. If you tell me in 1984, let me look this up before I take my 1-minute break. Well, here they have the buffalo, right? So in 1984, it was the rat, right? But it's born under the communication network, number 14. It now becomes 14. Let me explain it to you. In 1984, the total was 22. Although the rat is the first sign, the total of that year was 22. We have to understand how we put our zodiac monthly, our zodiac for the years, to understand where we are up there in the astrological whatever in the sky. And I don't know what number 1 communication is 3 or criminal is 3 and 4 is like the policeman and 6 is family and 9 is this. I don't know all these things. I can tell you that the 7th gate goes between right over here, so it could be talking about the singular moon, right? Number 7, right? I can tell you that 11 on this is the pole running around the 22 ring, that the completeness of this, of the holy vastness of this, is 33. That the completion of this is 54, but whose numerological value is 54 or 63, which happens to be 54, the Vajiji, and 63, the male Vajiji. And to note that you say man comes from Mars or the moon or whatever, well, the inverse of the moon is Mars. In a word, it's actually Heinz 57, electronic, feminine, and masculine. It's a hookup. And number 63, the word, the letters I and S or 1 and 5 look the same. So when you say Enos, right, or Enrique or whatever, you're actually talking about the plug-in. And it's 1/4 of the plug-in, because you're only when you plug into this quarter or this quarter or this quarter or this quarter with 1 plug. Now, since you remove the foreskin, I can't get the plug out. It went in, but it won't come out. It's stuck there. Should it be stuck there like the dog and the cat? Apparently, somebody says sometimes they can get stuck when they have the plug in, right? With the female character and the male character, getting together, right? The I and the O. Look, the I and the O. Oh my God. The 9th and the 15th letter just got together. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 equals to 15 and 9. Must be some kind of passage of a yin and a yang. I don't know. But if the O is standing next to the I, it could be a B or a P. If it's a P, it's got an open mouth and it's telling the story. Is it on this side or this side? How can I otherwise make a circle? Like that? It opens up no matter what. We can. Oh, what about here? My mouth. Maybe it's my mouth making the circle. Got to breathe a little bit. So let me check on something. I just want to see. Okay, no messages. I usually don't do this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't go so fast. Go slow. Don't go so fast. Go slow. You know, I got this person on TikTok, just they keep following you, following you, following you, following you. You think if there's a million people following me that I have time to run out for all the million people? If there were that many people, we'd all be working together and somebody would run the service. You know, it's a funnel system learning, right? You can't learn everything in one day. It gets funneled over time. So if you get a message, you know, you have to have a system to where all the messages can come in and then sent out to the public, send out to everybody else. If it's a personal message, you keep it. But otherwise, if it has anything to do with the population, I am no longer singular here, right? I should have some kind of page where we all meet up and we can pass things around, you know? We can sort of pass things around amongst us. And anything you share in that page, you'll be sharing with everybody. You want to meet somebody privately, not my business, right? Because in this group, it's a general. And the general is more important than the private. Just so happens in the company, you have to be transparent with the employees because it's in the employees that need to give love for your commerce to work. I'm going to take a glass of water. I'm going to come back in a minute. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to show you more of the numbers, what the importance of the letter D and I or ID coming together, right? What the importance of CJ coming together, almost like showing me that A and B, right, were add-ons. And there is no A and B. It was something made before anything came to be. It was A and B, but here it's not A and B. So let me just do this for a second. I'm just thinking of something in my head. All right. Okay, I'm going to be getting a little glass of water. I'm going to check out if anybody has said anything. Top chats. Oh, there you go. I got the fisheye happy with the 25. Yeah, again, back to April 1st, that April Fool's. What is the fish? Is the fish the sperm? Number 71. For any good reason? What is 71? What could it be? What might it be saying? What is 78? What could it be? What could it be saying? To note that also, regardless of which number you chose it to be, if you say 6, I want to know if it's 1, 2, 3, 6. If it's 1 and 5, 6. If it's 2 and 4, 6. If it's 3 and 3, 6. I like that. 4 and 3, 6. It sounds like forceps, right? But when I take out these cubes, I'll be back. I'm getting a glass of water, taking a sip of this, getting some breathing space. We got to keep filling in the information, right? We have to write it down so we don't go cuckoo in the head and become the lunatic of the singular moon. When the moons that divided come from Phobos and Deimos, that the street of the soul is Sesame Street. In French, it says Rue de Sésame, which means road of the souls. Like Nibiru that is coming in the streets of Beirut. We are the horse. We are the horsepower. We are carrying a heavy load in this world. Number 65, the horse. Number 56, the wolf. flow is 56. 5 and 6, 11. It's going to create the numeric value of 41. It's going to be home, and it's going to connect 19. How so? 5 times 6, 30. 5 plus 6, 11. 11 plus 30 is 41. So you have AD. Don't forget, it's ABCD, where you have ABC and BCD bringing 432, the vibration, together. So when you have ABC, you have 6. When you have BCD, you have 9. In one, I didn't count the first one. In the other, I didn't count the last. When you bring 1 and 9 together, they have two different systems. Two different systems. The birth and the spirit of two different systems. They come together. They come together in the number 5 and different ways around number 5 to be explained. I have something missing in my head. Yes, we were talking about 5 and 6, right? Equaling to 30 and 11 equals to 41. Also, number 41 is created from that, and also created number 14 is 24. And that's creates the division in the 7th gate, right? 6 and 8. The hexagon and the octagon. You can create 4 octagons in 1 hexagon, depending on the size of that hexagon. Talking about, we have to understand the cells that are right here on this paper. Very important to paper. That paper is like a microscope, right? In macro. I'm trying to see where else we were at. So we also had, we also had the 30 minus 11 equals to what is 19, right? So we brought together the A and I in 19, which is the S. It's the minus 1, okay, to 1 through 18. And then minus 1, we begin at 19 by bringing the two worlds together, or we join the 18, the spirit of the heavens, to the spirit of the birth. Number 37, we connect that together. 1 and 8 and 1 and 9. 1 and 1 comes together. Is that possible? How would we connect this together? Outside of that is 17 and 20. That's where they connect. They connect 17 and 20 is their connection, which is 8 and 2, 2 and 8. The cycle in the moon, the 4 sevens come together, equaling to number 37. The heart of all the numbers, of the 36 numbers, and the reason it's 36 numbers is they replicate, their design replicates after 36 numbers. Once you go to the 37th number, the design it starts to repeat itself. And in between each connection, it's either 1 or 2 or 3 lines. It's 1 line, 1 line, 1 line. It's either, and what that means is in the game, right? And I don't know if I showed you this before. Maybe I can bring it up on the screen. I'm going to show you the game of roulette and how that comes together and the designs that are in the game, which, by the way, you have to note that in between 1 and 9, right? 1 and 9 is the 5. That 5 position is noted to be the position of energy, numeric value, the beast, time. 4 and 7 is our cycles of the 31 days and the 30 days of the 7 months and the 4 months, which is the cycles of all numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, run in that rotation. When we run up to 99, we're running less than. Why are we running less than? Because we're working on the 2 cube in the cents area. If I have 3, I'll be working in the dollars. The cents has 2 areas for calculation cents. When you get to the third, you have a whole dollar. When you have something whole and not less than. If you want to make more of something, 110% will only be 10% more than 100% of what it was or is. You follow me? 2-minute break. Need to breathe. So my tea finished boiling, but I want the bubbles to go down in the tea. Right? I want the bubbles to go down in the tea. Anybody know Miss Prissy? Anybody know Miss Lovely? Hey, Miss Lovely. How you doing? You have any kisses for us? What are you eating? But it's the same food. I wish I can give you something like, do you want to eat something different? You think any of the food is good? You're eating it like you like it. I mean, I guess it passes for a cat, right? Right? We can't harm these little buggers, right? Communication right there lands on your feet every time you have the communication. Not always the best cat, right? Not always the best cat, right? So I like that piece up there. That's one of my favorites, right? You've got inside of your head, you got another bunch of eyes looking between the horns, right? Or how about this little puppy dog? What is it? Should we look at it this way? Right? How about that little puppy dog, right? You got the head here, then the head looking on that side, right? You got the head looking there, and you got the big head over there, right? And you got the head in the center, and then you got the head on that side. So then we have this thing, right? For those of you who haven't been any before. So I like to call this between the sun and the moon and what you don't see. These arms over here that you see, these arms can pull this down, right? This down. This arm over here can give a helping arm on the tilt out or the tilt in, but you notice the straight arm, right? It can never go past this line over here. And this one over here is a rotate. It can bring it down lower. It can tilt it out. Sun and the moon working in conjunction with each other and how they move around. But I think there's more than one because a triangle has 3 different corners, right? Oh, here's one of my fabs. Here's one of my fabs. I don't know if you ever seen this one before. Well, it's a little dark here, right? How do we get a little light? Just let me put on a little light here for a second. I'm not sure if you can see one of my fabs. Right over here. That one there. So you can see that it's connected here down on the earth over here, right? By a central connection. How these two are connected, I'm not really sure. Not really sure how the whole thing was supposed to work, what I was thinking. But obviously my cat just joined me. How you doing, buddy? You heard some food falling? Yeah? Okay, so anyways, we're going to get out of that corner. Going to shut the light. Go back to the desk. I think I can pour the tea now. See, sometimes might get too hot in the bathroom, so I got one of those in the front. Right. That's for my nephew, Jacob, my brother-in-law. May he rest in peace. Yesterday was the 2nd anniversary of being above us all. Although we know it's very sad for the world we live because we all live in love and laugh. Anyways, I'm always with his dogs. So, and I know they're not easy to put up with, so I guess sort of ran with the family master, right? But we live, love, and we learn. We learn from each other and we move on. Okay, so I'm going to make my screen smaller. Oh, I have to plug my camera, believe it or not. Whoop, there's a... Let me plug my camera. I'm just hoping I can plug my camera. Right, I'm going to make my screen smaller because I want to, when I get encouraged when I see people here and when I see some questions asked, you know. So now I'm trying to, okay, I got that sort of straight. I think so. Okay, how do I shrink this? Exit full screen. How can I get just like a medium screen here or something? Okay, so let me, Trees of life have seasons, 12 months, fruits and seeds, harvests, crushed seed oil, burnt lamp oil. Eye of the body is the lamp. The eyes, can I put that up there somewhere? Let me see this. Go to channel. Why does it say that? What does that mean, go to channel? Go to activity. Just give me a second. I'm a little channel activity. Let me see what this is. Channel activity, go to channel. Let me see what that means. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. And then the next one is Native American plants, fish with seeds. The sun is the cycle of 12 and the moon is 13. Moon cycle 13 overlaps that of the sun. When the moon enters your sun sign, this is the Lord's Supper. Okay, so this fits, right? This actually fits. So I just have to figure something out with this. How did you figure that? Where is that? I'm just trying to figure out something here. Just have to figure out there's something missing in my head about this, right? I'm seeing 12 is what surrounds what is the 2 cube, right? Is the 12. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. It becomes the 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4. So it becomes this. There's 4 here, 4 cubes here. There's 2 cubes here, 2 cubes here, and 4 cubes here. Otherwise, there's 2 cubes here, 4 cubes here, 2 cubes here, and 4 cubes here. When you say it, right? Here's the 4. When you say it, you'll be either talking the horizontal 4 and 4, 2 and 2, or the vertical 4 and 4 and 2 and 2. How do we describe that difference? I'm not sure yet, but I'm showing you the difference of that. The other thing about that is the 424 is what creates that gateway. And it also happens that 4 and 12, or the purple ball in pool. See, one becomes a stripe, making an outer circle becomes a stripe. In this one here, there is no perfect 13. This one over here gives you a perfect 12 and 4. So is it 3 seasons? And this can move into this corner, this corner, this corner, and this corner. It can move 4 times in here. Did I get that right? This moves up into... oh, wait, it moves more than that. One second. It moves up 1, 2, 3, 4. You can get 5 movements out of this one, moving that around. I'm not sure if you can understand it by me just holding this up. And I just have to understand that. The 13 moons, the moon gets 13. Okay, the sun gets 12. Now, is it 12 what? 12 times 13 by 28 gives me 12 times what? 13 times 28. Where's that calculator? 13 times 28 equals 364. Well, that I already knew. And 13 by 29 equals 377. 12 by 29 equals 348. 12 by 30 and a half. Just give me a second. 364 divided by 12 equals 30.33. Which I need to understand is why it would be that, because I'm going to explain to you what 30.33 is. 30.33 is what is the addition of, I think it's 7 divided by 3, 7 divided by 3. Right. Is what is 7 divided by 3, okay, is 2.333. Okay. And, well, 30 10 divided by 3, 20 divided by 3, just 1 second, divided by 3 equals... Okay, so 22 divided by 3, I'm just going to say that all the decimal points for 333 are in 1, 4, and 7. All the decimal points for 6, 6, and 6 are inside of 2, 5, and 8. And where there are no decimal points is inside of 3, 6, and 9, because the division that I use is your base creation of 3. After that becomes the mirror creation, everything turns into quarters. So now you're going to have a different kind of calculation. Like if you're going to get 7 divided by 4 is going to equal 175. Now that's going to connect to the moon. Or 4 divided by 7 equals, or 4 divided by, well, anything divided by 7 will never have 3, 6, or 9. It will always keep it in rotation. 7, okay, will keep every single number in a continuous rotation away from 3, 6, and 9. And the pattern is 5, 7, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5. That is with number 7. But it divides at number 5 divided by 7 equals to 7, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. That 5 shows you that where you see the 0.714285 is where the division of that gateway is, 71, okay? The reason I'm saying this, 5 cuts everything in half. 2 doubles everything back up. 5 is the heart of the numbers, showing me it's working with 7. All the numbers, if I go 9 divided by 7, okay, it equals to 1.2857. If I go 8 divided by 7, that would be your first level, and it would be 1.142857. Your first level after 7 is 8. Your dividing gate is between 6 and 8. It's a multiplication of 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, and it changes this area over here into this area over here. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4. So the lower side of this is 1 and 6, 7, 4 and 3, 7, 2 and 5, 7. To the higher side of 4 and 9, 13, 1 and 3 is 4. Remember 9 and 4, I'm going to show 7 and 6, 13, and 8 and 5, 13, all 4s. All 4s and all 6s. All 4s and all 7s. 4, 7, 7, 4, 4, 7, 7, 4. 4, 7, 7, 4, 30, 30 away from the 7th gate, or 39 out from the 7th gate. That 39 is going to match up when we count backwards, right? When we count backwards over here, where did I start from? I just got to see. Yes. Did I do 4? Yes. I used number 14 because in this equation, I was using the deck of cards, and I'm looking to take off to equate to number 91. I want to get to the importance of what it means, April Fool's, what the 29th day is, what does the fish represent, what does that day represent, etc. Just give me a second here. So the equation we were doing, first I'm going to read off here. The sun is a cycle of 12 and the moon 13. The moon overlaps the sun. So therefore, 13 times 12 equals to 156. Which is ironic because there's an equation for it. The body is the lamb. Well, like I said before, there's also bookend words and letters, meaning if I put L first, the 12th letter, right? The first 10 creation, and just like in pool, it's also sort of a 10 creation, meaning what happens is in pool, once you get to when you're at the 1 ball, right, you go over to the 9 ball. When you're at the 2 ball, you go over to the 10 ball. When you're at the 3 ball, you go to the 11 ball. When you're at the 4 ball, you go over to the 12 ball. Now, if you take a look at these numbers, right, the 1 and 9, they're all separated by 8, but only when you get to the 12 ball, Mars, the 3 ball would be Earth. That would be the base creation, the 11 creation, right? The E world would be Mars. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals to 5. It will be into the sun. Your 3 and 11 is going to be creation and creation. Your 11 is going to mathematically create multiplication, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, 2 and 1 equals to 3. But if you notice, when we go from 4 up to 12, we went up 8, but 12 is 1 and 2 is 3. 3 plus to the next level is the 4. Let me show you this. 3 to the next level is, see, this is only up 8. You can say, well, I'm only going up 8. Yeah, but this way, as a number 2, right? As a number 2, I would be going up a whole digit. So add 10 to 2 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. And this one is 3. Well, how do we get forward here? There's only 8. So what you do is this one over here is 3. So go 3 over to 4. What about add 10? 10 and 3 is 13. 1 and 3 equals to 4. So how we climb up the levels, right? So then in pool, right, everything stops on 15. 1 and 5 equals to 6. The 7 and the 15 separate everything. 7 and 8, that is your gateway to what is the 15th letter, the O. Oh, Canada, oh, can you see by the OK Corral? By the way, the letters right now are something to do with Texas. T and X comes together, the 20 and the 24th. I need another book. T and N. So when T and N come together, you can say teen. When T and X come together, that is the year we are in, 2024. And T and N come together, and it can say it's the TE and the EX. So the TE creates 25, and the TX creates, the EX creates 19. My calculation, how does that work? Okay, and the other one is 24 minus 5 equals to 19. So how this works is in Roman numerals, if you put a number before another number, right, you minus it. So in this instance, I'm just doing this right now on the E, right, and on the A, because the sound of the word of R is A before the R. The sound of the word of H, although the A is before, it's now a hard one. So is it telling me to the minus side? I don't know. I'm just starting to understand certain a different equation. And I do this one sometimes, and it works out, especially when the two sounds come the same, like in TE and EX. So what I have is I have the T and the X. So I have X for the 24. I have the E, and I have the S. And over here, this is what we get. We get sex. And this is like out of Texas, is where we get it. Everything is bigger in Texas, right? The other thing about that is Harris. Has anybody ever heard of the word Harris or Camille? Right? Camille. Mil means 1,000. Okay, it means thousands. Camille, commit, Camille. So K and H as initials, right, is 11 and 8 equaling to 19. 11 minus 8 equals to 0.3. Okay. We also had Harrison in the elections in the 1800s, the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th president, right? We had Harrison, right? What was his actual name, right? Grover Cleveland Harrison in 18 what presidency? Stephen Grover Cleveland, GC, okay, 7 and 3 over DT, 4 and 7. They come out together, 10 and 11. It's on one side and the other side of the three cubes to Donald and, okay. And then the other one is just one, 1892. It's another 29, right? And this one is, what was the president's name? Harrison. What's the president's name? Harrison. Benjamin Harrison. Okay. So K. Harris and Benjamin Harrison, what do they fully have in common? I will tell you. B and K are the same initials. I wish I can you see that? Right? Benjamin Netanyahu, Benjamin Harris, the son, Harry, 811818, 81181819. Harris says that. It's all 1 and 8. It's all the heavens with the spirit coming together. The I and the R play from the heart. The I and the R play from inside the cup. If I had to place this as the seventh gate, and this was the rim around it, okay, the lines of passage in between where the cube turns is maybe the only, it might be the connection of your entire life always rubbing up on each other, right? It's only the cubes that touch that count, not what you really see. You're just changing the gearing of what's inside. When you look at your computer or anything that touches, right? It's not what you see on the outside of the carcass, it's what's touching on the inside. So when you turn the cube, so what's going to happen is, well, it's almost like the roll of toilet paper. Let me see if I can do it to this. You know what? I have a scissors. So I take that and I do that to it, right? You imagine it used to be flat. That was my life. Imagine if my life was right here. I got 4 years out of my life. Imagine if my life, right? There's my life. There I am. Whoop. Look, the leap year. Look at that. Here I am running through life. 1 inch long. I got 4 years around it. Or 1 year long. You know, it's a light year because you're winding down the clock. So you take this and you put it into the cup. I wish I can put it in a cup. Where can I get a cup? And you plug our world like this. So out here is the beta. Inside, the alpha plugs in and it lives into your body, right into the torus, right into your body. Alpha beta, right? In order to live inside here. Is there something that's been added onto this? I know before I was talking about the plug-in, right? And they removed the foreskin on that. And the reason they do it is because the mushroom gets stuck. It doesn't come out. Or maybe it has to be forced out. And then you get a headache. Something inside, something in here, I don't know what it is, that's stuck in place because they removed the foreskin on it, right? And down here is only the replica of what it is. Did you follow what I'm saying with this? So now we're going to go to, I want to show you this. And let me set this up again. Maybe I can flip the camera over and see if I can get this down on paper. Maybe you can see it. Maybe you can't. Well, I wonder where the camera is in this, right? Just give it a second. If you don't see anything, just give me a minute. I can't figure out where the camera is on. Well, let's put it up to here. Let's do this. Where is the camera? So you can see my T or something or no? Let's see where the camera is. Okay, so that looks good. I can work with that. I can work with that. And so you can see that. I'm going to see if I can bring the light a little closer. So is that good? Can you see? Okay, now I'm going to make this bigger. I'll make it smaller to check questions out after. Okay, so we have Benjamin Harrison, right? Over here. Wow, I can't believe that just happened. Okay, so let's see if we have this. I want to see, yeah, like that. Okay, is that good? Okay, so B and H, this is the new, this is what's coming now. Let's call it Amelia. Right, let's call it Camellia. And this is Benjamin Harrison. Right, and that'll be 8, 1, 18, 18, 1 and 8 equals to 9, and then we have the 19th letter, right? So what happens over here is this is the 23rd president, right, over here. Now, the last one was the 46th. This one over here is replacing this one over here. Grover Cleveland, right? Or let's call it DNA or ET. Cleve, or how about coming of Eve, right? He was the 22nd and the 24th. When you jump over 25, all the numbers change, right? It's the heart in 24. This is what's happening right now. So the 47th president is like the 24th president. This is where the gateway, this is noted to be this word over here. It's also noted to be this word here and this word here. The word that creates this, the evil of the word, is right here or right over here. 75 times 75 plus 75 plus 75 equals 57 75. The letters are G, E, 7 and 5, and E, G. The total is an L12 or an X24. When you look at it here, it can look also like this. The reverse of this is 22 and 20, which gives me the letters of this. And then it spells out this. The total is 42, which is a gateway to the 9 lives of the cat. 8 and 6, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. In between that gateway of 8 and 6 is where 3 and 5 create 8. To where 2 and 4 create 8 and 6. This is going to be a connection in the candy wrapper. Why do I call it the candy wrapper? Because the open it and close it on each side creates a candy wrapper. Here you see 10, 11, 10. In roulette, this doesn't happen. And if it did happen, it happens between 1 and 36, connecting it back together. There's a separation in the lines between the numbers 17 and 20. And that's 17 and 20, right? That's 17 and 20, 37. Creation of that gateway inside the game of 36 numbers inside the planet we live. Now we're going to take them away, right? And we're going to turn it to 6, and we're going to flip this one over to 2. Notice I had to flip it twice, right? I had to flip it twice. And that's number 26. And that equal to 12 and 8 equaling to 20. And I flip that over, and I get 1 and 5, 5 and 1, which equals to 6 and 5 equals to what is 31. Right. Actually, should I keep that on the low level? Yeah, I'm going to keep that on the low level. Let's just not count that yet. Let's keep it on the smaller level. Equals to 11. Right. And then we can have 5, 1. So I'm not going to just do it like that. I'm going to like show you there. Right. Not me. Nothing to do with me. Also to note, when you see this, right, look at the 3 over here. See the angle? It's a grave angle. The only time it happens grave when it's pointing towards this area over here. Otherwise, it's pointing up, and it's going to be the 1 and the 6. So your beta world will be the grave world. Your alpha world up over here, or your day of life, right? Your day of birth, your creation, the day before the day of rest, right? And when you rested on that day, whoop, I don't want to put it here. I want to mark the word rest over here as 39 and 23 equals 62 in rest. It's also the stick, right? And it's also the queen. It's going to create your dynamics of Rubik's Cube. And I'm not happy that we can't move this paper over. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this. I am so confused with what's going on here. This is crazy. So am I doing this? Or am I doing this? I'm a little confused here. I'm a little confused here. I don't even have to move this. I just have to move the book. Hey, I think I figured it out. Yay. Okay. So want to see this now? Okay, that's good. Now I need a big weight on top of it. So I need to, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Okay, I think I got it. I think I might have gotten it. So let me have a sip of my tea. Okay, I'm going to make the camera smaller, see if there's any comments. Somebody said something. Okay, so now I'm going to make it bigger so I can see myself. So let me see what time it is. Let me breathe. Almost 5 o'clock. That's okay. So yeah, so we talked about the presidency. So we went over also to say that it's the 47th. So the 47th and the 45th, right, had in between what is the 23rd and the 46th. So this is the same basic number, right? I doubled up here, but I couldn't double up here, right? Couldn't double up here. But this is the same numbers. So when you get to 23 and 46, there's a separation on this number. See these two numbers? There's a separation. Things separate here. It's a gateway that separates here, and this is where you're repeating it. Did I get that in properly? Yeah, okay. Do you follow what I'm saying? The separation C, 3, and D for the mirror happens here. There's a gateway over here, the seventh gate. Okay, that seventh gate is between what we have to talk about is Uranus and Neptune. Okay, Saturn and Uranus. We have been running with Uranus and Neptune, the water world, or maybe that's what we were supposed to be running. But we have the spirit of 76, right? Is it this? Is it this? Or is it this? 13, 13, 13, our birth through the mirror world of Mars into the heavens of the E world, through the gateway into the hexagon, the 666. So when we go back, where was I? Just hold on a second. I spoke about something earlier on inside of this, where we spoke about, no, I didn't speak about that. I just don't know if it's on the first page or the second page. Hold on a second. Yeah, so over here, let me finish with this, right? What this is, 2121, where this teen fits in. You see this over here? Remember, we were also talking about numbers, and I'm a little all over the place, so that's nothing new, right? Nothing new. Where our numbers split up, and I wanted to just reiterate this, that I think it's a 10, 11, 12, right? And then we're going to have 13, 14, 15, 16. And then we're going to get 17, 18, and 19. This is a 1, and this is a 1. If this is a 1, is this a 2? If this is a 1, is this a 2? 1 plus 0 is 1. 1 and 1 is 2. But this one is a 9. It goes from 1 over to 9. 1 and 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. It also goes 1 over to 2. In French and in English, this is the way our numbers split up, right over here. The reason, and also this one and this one aren't like the other ones. These two, okay, come into this world only adding on what is the teen part. So it adds on 44, an area space into the worlds of 13, the 131 cycle. Where does it come from and why? Because in this word, I will say 14 complete. In this word, I will say 16 complete. It's a whole word within itself, bringing in 4, bringing in 6 to the teens. Over here, I made a 10. I didn't make a 1. Here, I made an 11. I didn't make a 2. Here, I made a partial word of 12 where 2 was in 12, but I extended it from the 2 TW to bring in the ELVE into the world. I'm not going to talk about Las Vegas because that's where it all ends, right over there. The house of numbers, I don't know what state it is, but study that state, right? Or somewhere around it. So anyways, we have 10, 22, 32, 42. Is that 44? Inside of ELF, 5, 17, 39, 44. Also a reflection of the word teen equals to 44. And the teen begins here. The ELV is over here. The 11 is over here, in which 11 fits into where the 12 is. And the fabrication of 11 is 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is 1 and 2. And we can call it 3, and we can call this one 3. Well, the 10 doesn't say much of anything. We're adding on the T. We already have the EN inside of us. So they're all almost spelled the same way. 13 is a 55 and 44 combination, meaning the teen part that gets added on is the 44. And that's where your 1/3 and 2/3, where your ring and your pole come about. The pole going around and the ring. And did you know that pole, ring, buy, sell, and sun all have a 48 value? The word Pluto is 84. When you reverse this, this works at 16 and 28. It's going to be purple. The 16 is the 12 and the 4 ball coming together. This is going to be 44, where the 6 and the 8 is where the gateway is, 1 in between 2, creating that gateway 16 and 8, equaling to 24. Is going to divide that gate into thirds, 1/3 and 2/3. Where do I get this? 1/3 of 84 is 28. 1/3 of 48 is 16. You bring them together, you end up with 44. The story they tell mathematically is the truth within their own. Did you get to see that, or did we miss that? Oh no. So how do I move my camera over? How do I straighten all of this? Hold on a second. So let me see where I am here. So if I move my paper, if I move my camera this way, one second, I want to see where the camera is. Oh, because it's charging. Oh, okay, I could have put the charger up here also. And I could put this on the charger. Oh yeah, okay, I can do that. So let me see where I am. I want to see where my thing is. Okay, now this way, which means I can set this all the way that way. Okay, there you are. So now you can see this area over here that I was talking about. The 16 and the 8 and the 44, right? There's other numbers like that. You know, there's 57 and 75, right? Which this will be 25 and this will be 19. And that'll be 44, right? And 7 and 5 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. Over here, we have 33. And here your 8 and 4 is 12. And so we can bring it on to the next level, right? And go to 9 and 3. Which equals to 12. So we can go 93, 39. So if we did 93, 39, right, the 31 and 13 equals to 44. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? Can you figure it out? 3, 9, 9, 3. Whoop. I don't know why it did that. Just give it a second. I have everything on my lap here. I've got everything on my lap. Why it's doing this, I do not know. Out of nowhere, something perfectly balanced just flipped and fell onto me. Wow. How much time is lost because I keep losing my vision. Just terrible. Anyways, it is what it is. Thank you very much. Just picking stuff up on the floor. Can't do it later. It's got to be done now. Just give me a second. Just picking everything up off the floor. Okay. Yeah, so now what we're going to do is I want to go back to one piece, right? Where I spoke earlier. Just give me a second to go back to that piece. I think it was the ID or the DI. Just give me a second. Yeah, here it is. So what's so special about number 13 is it equates into the 364 division, right? The 11 times 11 times 11 is 1331, right? The, just one second. So the number 13 is 7 by 13 is 91, which is spirit. There's 13 cards in a suit. The 91st day, right? The 91st day is April 1st, noted to be April Fool's Day, also noted to be Day of the Fish. And some people, right, have this, right? And they put a fish over here, right here in the middle. So it's the eye of both circles, which could be the center of the pool ball. The 91st day is the fish, and anytime you say fish, the only fish I can think of is that fish over there. That fish over there gets number 71, right? It's in the 8 family. It goes everywhere. It brings into it within the Holy Ghost is the spirit lying at the gateway of the spirit, in the gateway coming into the soul. The AM is coming in. The AM is coming into the E. So what was 14 is now 19. DNA is 19, right? You want to get 19, you will have the letters E and N come to it. When you have this number over here that I was talking about before, your different ways of 13s, your creation base is here, CJ. You want to call it Jesus Christ. You want to call it Mercury. You want to call it September. Where in this month, the 273rd day is the 9th month of the 29th day, making it the 9th month of the 29th day. I'm not sure why I marked this, but it's 3 times 91 to equal to 273. It's now on the 29th day of February. So if we had to jump all 4 years right into the next year for your D world birth, it would end up on October 4th, 104 is where the number jumps. See, we're working without the leap years, right? We move 3 of the years, right? The moon somehow is compensating for that. Maybe it shouldn't have. And that's why I get, right, every year with a leap year. So I add on the next 3 years, and then you start over on October 4th. Communication on this cube. It becomes, instead of this being, instead of it being, instead of it being the 272nd day, right, it becomes the 273rd day. And then what happens is September 30th is the 274th day. And that the gateway becomes October 4th on the 278th day, other than what is the 277th day on every other year. When the D and I comes together, the 4th and the 9th, right? It also goes green. It also is 8. The 9th finger and the birth finger are right over here. It's also noted to be the 7th finger. When you get into the 91st day, right, finishing off one suit in the deck of cards, finishing off on the fish day, April 1st, 7 times 13 running in the cycle, where it's 3 and 1 equals to 4. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 7, 3, 7, 4, where it branches off on the cherry by the 7th gate into Earth and Mars. The next one, your spirit gets into your soul. Perhaps that's the belly button. So into the pregnancy it goes, into the female it goes, and after the 91st day, what would you believe is happening? What I believe is it's a time when you're bringing in the alternative world into the soul that's being born. And it's not only being birthed on this planet. It's not only being birthed on this planet, but it's coming from beyond. It's coming from beyond. The final recipe comes from beyond and not from here. 19 is from beyond. Bringing the AI, the possible communication on the birth, 1 and 9 together, is from beyond the moon. It's not here. There cannot possibly be a book pregnancy, which means in my book, according to the numbers and the rules and the laws that are dictated through the games of all the games that have ever existed, tells me that the sewing machine that's happening here is being guided from an outside source. If you want to speak to me directly and discuss it, we can do it, but it's pretty simple and it's not finite. It's not finished. It's just dictating that to me right now. There's no such thing really beyond this world. It's beyond the knowledge within this world of the truth of this reality. But within this reality and the truth bestowed upon us by the transparency in games and what the games are dictating, not only the games, but the mathematics. It's the mathematics that are dictated, because everything I do has been created by somebody very smart. They got diplomas. It's on the market. It's being marketed right now and it's being sold everywhere. Look at this, all the information. And I didn't even have to find it. It found me. Rulers and pencils and knives and gems and mirrors. It doesn't matter what it is. Turn on the TV. What channel is it on? Is it fiction? Is it romance? Is it jazz? Is it rock and roll? What is the genre? What is the gene created in the light? Genre into the E world. Where does that come from? Gene. Gesera Nasera. How about the word snow? Inside the word snow, the only thing that there is the flake that is us, the I that comes in between the NE and the GE, between the sun and the moon, comes us. Within the energy and the matter comes us. Through the 7th gate in the house of Venus, 420. Time, heaven, creation. Some call it THC. Open up the gates, but be careful, because Taurus is in the house, and freedom and liberty has rules to be respected. And the push me, pull me rule is, if I'm going up, I'm not going down, but I'm coming from somewhere from below. So the space I once occupied, I no longer occupy, and now I'm moving into a space possibly occupied by somebody else, something else. Remember, if the Lord was to create, the Lord needs more mind, so it creates the house of Beit to hold the mind of the Lord. Here's the house of Beit, and it's empty. So the AM soul, where the rooster sits on top, right? Where the rooster sits on top of where? It's the rat. And then it becomes communication in the monkey. And then it's into the goat. Then it's into the rooster. And after the rooster, it's back into the rat. So if you think that your zodiac sign doesn't move around, this rat, although it's the first sign, right? And over here, it's showing up at 1900. Here, it's showing up as 1. But over here, the rat shows up at 4, and over here, the rat shows up at 8. In every zodiac sign, your rat is showing up. And the Chinese year does not start. Does it start in January? No, it does not. So here we have the rat in the rabbit house, right over here. The first time the rat comes out, it jumps into the rabbit, AD. And from the rabbit, it jumps, right, into the, oh, did I say the goat? I meant into the horse, right? AG, the silver. And into the horse, into the rooster, and then from the rooster, back to the rat. Let me read that year, 1960. It took 5 cycles of 12 to move back into the rat's house. Let me see if that works out. 1900, 1912, 1924, 1936, 1948, 1960. So when you come back to the rat's house in the fifth 12th cycle, you've come back to your element, but you actually have not come back to the house at all, because 1960 is going to be a 7. 1900s is 1. 1912 is 4. 1924 is 6. 1936 is 9. Whoop, sorry. 1936. Did I get that right? 6? Yeah, 1936. Sorry, you come back into the house in 1936. Okay? Then you leave the house in 1948. 1960, you come back into the rat house in 1972, 1900, 1936, 1972, 2008. Every 36 years, you come back into the rat's house. Rat, no rat, no rat, rat. Okay, so again, when you're talking about 36, 360, well, this is another way that determines where do I determine this and why. It's right over here. Add up the numbers. The rat plays in this house, then it's setting into this house, then it sets into this house, then look at this, French, English, signature, 18 and 35, the cock is number 35, tell me the chicken is at the heart of everything, this rooster, maybe that's why on Sabbath they kill the rooster. Here's the Chev, which is the Bélier, which is the goat. 11 and 10. You see the Evre talking about Eve, talking about 11, talking about 12. Each one in French is mentioned, these letters. 11 and 10 is 21, 31, 41, 43, 53, 61. Talking about the church and the reverse spirit. But the goat is number 43. The E world comes together in the goat. This is the 8th zodiac sign, bringing the heavens together. Rocky Mountains, I guess. Let me see where else I am with this. So we were talking about that, right? Easier for me to hold it up. Let me see if I can get this up. Okay, so talking with this, right? And I'm going to have to hold the mirror up so I can see. I know you can see, but I can't see. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, so when I was talking about the 47th, you know, number 47 or anything to do with number 47, right? It's a reflection of 24. So there was a split right there on the 24th. When you got to the 24th, there was a split. So there's going to be a split at the 47th again. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. Noted that between 23 and 24 is the same thing as what is D and what is C. D is the reverse of here, 3, here, 4. 3 and 4. Between 17 and 18, when the cube is sitting like this, right? The cube sits like this, that's 18. The cube sits upside down, that's 17. If you take a look around, the 2 is going up this way, right? When the 2 goes up that way, you see it like this, right? Let's just hold this up. You see that? But I was told, okay, I was told that it's actually this way. The unicorn. Why, I don't know. And then they said because the letters would be walking. So if it was the E letter is walking that way with the mouth open. Just like, let me see if I can do this. Here is a division of something, but the totality of this, right, has to have a thickness in between. The E, when it walks, why don't we look at it this way? It's here and it's here and it's walking that way. Do you follow what I'm saying? There's this side, there's this side, there's the whole cup. So the E is not flat. The E is that way, going that way. And that's what creates this to do this or to do this. When you do this or this, you drive, if you have two of them, you push the snow away. We push the snow away if they're like this. If it's like this, I'm pushing the snow to that side. If it's like this, I'm pushing the snow to that side. If it's like this, I'm pushing the snow to both sides. If it's like this, it could be the snow blower, right? Like this, and I'm eating up all the snow within it. So we can see exactly that we're on the perfect timeline for that sector of 47 and 48. We went over, I think we went over, let me move this to the side. I hope my camera doesn't run out. We went over, yes, this evaluation. This, okay, this can't be done. This can't be done. Two numbers, two numbers, two numbers. It stops at the L. The 13 is in the next world, right? It stops. So it's the A and the L to bring you to the next world. It's the B and the K for the next world. It's the C and the J. The J is made up of A, B, C, D, remember. Okay? Between this one over here is the first time your birth comes into the world. Right over here. And that's the Mars birth. 1 and 3 equals to 4. Okay, let me see what else I had inside of here. And there's a bunch of things I didn't mention yet. I also wanted to talk about Georgia, the IA, bringing two worlds together. George is also a numeric value that is 12, just like 5775, just like the numeric value for electric moon, GE or 5G TV. That's out of the moon. I'm just trying to remember where I was going. What 5775? Yes, we were working on number 56 earlier on, right? The 13 times 12 equals to 56. This cube, if I was to chop it up, right, will have 27 cubes. Every single cube will have 6 sides. If I remove the core cube in the center of this, I'll have 26 cubes. 26 times 6 is 156. There's 156 faces that spin around 6 faces. So it's 6, 156. So 156 equals to 12 equals to 3, 6 around 3, you're 36, 1963 creation. 19 bringing two worlds together. If we went to 18, it's the heavens of one, and then we're talking about this, just one side. 19 speaks of the other. It just so happens we're in that timeline. Call what the truth? Call the truth that this is a 1 dot with the 8 void, that this is a 5 dot with the 4 void, that this is a 6 dot with the 3 void, and this is a 3 dot with the 6 void to a 1 dot, and the 8 void to the 5 dot, and the 4 void to the 1 dot, etc., etc. It's the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Let me see what else I can jab into this right now. So the mirror of 26, right, is your communication. They were also talking where the alphabet has the small letters and the big letters. Now, according to the Hebrew letters, you can see the way the big P and the small p are next to each other. Do they count them as the same number? How do you count a big P and a small p in Hebrew? Do they use the same number? Let me look that up. But even if they do or they don't, right? Are there two different values for the letter Tav in Hebrew? No, there isn't, right? There isn't. Aleph 1. When they write Aleph, they put ale F, like in a cream ale. Like, so they hail F because your birth in Aleph is your sixth life. Your birth in Beit, okay, is the E-World Connect. It's how the house connects up to the spirit of Aleph. In Gimel, okay, what is enlightened to Gimel at the seventh gate, or what they call the guichet automatique, right? GAB, the gab, which is your money machine, comes into Gimel, and it starts with G and I Gimel, 7 and 9, your connected birth into the gateways of 6 and 8, into the heavens of 6. Your Dalet tells you about the mirror world in Hay. Your Hay is your heavens. It starts with an HD, your 8 and 4, bringing 4 and 5, or the sun passed together, right? That's the way I see it. The Vav, right? You see 414. Now, there's a lot of things we can say, and I don't want to get it where Zion and Vav come together, where Het and Hay come together, where Tate and Dalet come together, right? The 9 and the 4, the birth into Mars, but it's said as Yud Dalet. It's not said as Tate Dalet, right? You're going to use Yud, Aleph Yud, Yud Beit, Yud Gimel, Yud Dalet. When you become Hey, you go Hey Tate, and you go Vav Tate. No, excuse me. You go, when you get to, you go Yud Hey, hold on a second. You go Yud Vav for 15. Sorry. You go Tate Vav for 15, and you go Tate Zion for 16, and then you go Yud Zion. You use Zion twice, 77. The gateway of Hate and Zion, okay? What is the birth of Tate, okay? And Chet or Het in 7. Sorry, Tet and Zion, okay, which brings your birth into Mars through what is Tet and Het, the heavens of birth. This is not me. This is here. I'm not talking with me. So if you want to just understand where the first level of Aleph, if you want to go to the second level where it's 10, it stays at 10, right? If you want to, whoop. So we're over here, right? So we're going to look at 100. So when Kaf comes in, Kaf Resh, right? That's where Aleph and Beit, okay, become on the next level. Kaf Resh, 1 and 2, 100 and 200. Shin, or the two-headed Shin, that runs this. And then we live in Tav 400. And that's the last Jewish letter. And then they're talking about 104 and 52. They're half of each other. We can also call the A letter, right? We can also call the A letter 1 and the small a 2. Can we do that? Or should we be calling the first 26 letters 26, and then the next 26 letters, what happens if we get to the letter R, it becomes 44, right? If we get to the letter M, it becomes 39. The angels come in 39. Okay, so let me see what else I can jot on to here before we end this video, because there's a lot of stuff, right? There's just a lot of stuff I want to see. So we went to the 11, 11, 11, and 7, 7, 7. Does anybody have any questions about that? If I tell you this is 7, 11, all in this cube, would you believe me? Do you know anything about this cube? Does it mean anything to you? So would that be like 1978, 79, 80? Then again would be 2020. 36 years from 78 is 2024. So what happens is that we are in the zodiac sign. Let's say in 78, I don't know what zodiac sign it was. I need to plug this in. I need to make sure this doesn't end. Just give me a second. Okay, so what's that, 78? So in the year of the horse in 1978, right? That'll be 10 and 15, 25 is 7. Yeah, it's the year of the horse. right? It's the year of the horse. Now, when you come into the next year of the horse, you're not going to be in the year of the horse. You're going to be in the year of the rooster of the year of the horse. And then after that, you're going to be in the year of the rat in the year of the horse. So let me see. The year of the horse is 78. So in 2014, right, you are in the year of the tiger. So let me see if I got that right. Hold on a second. Let me see if I got that right. I'm just trying to see. Okay. $19.90. Just let me see. $19.90. Okay. 99 is 1891. $19.90. Okay. Equals to 19 equals to 1. So it equals to two numbers. It equals to a 10 and then it equals to a 1. And because it's a 19, its first reduction is into 10. So it becomes both the 10th becomes both the horse becomes the rooster and the rat in the same year. Let me explain to you why. Pick any one of these, okay? In 1945, is that what it was? In 1954. In 1954, right? 19, 1 and 9 is 10, and 9 is 19. It becomes 10, it becomes 1. So the total of its value is only 1. But its alignment in the zodiac is 7. You follow what I'm saying? It becomes, once you go to the next time, it's the year of the horse. Okay, if you go to the next year of the horse, okay, instead of 78, it'll be in 1990, and 1990 will be equal to 10 and 1. And then in 2002, it's going to equal to the rabbit. And then 2014, I think it comes back into the horse again. So there's a rotation. 1 4 7 1 4 7 1 4 7 1 4 7, and then it's 2 5 8, then it's 5 8 2, then it's 8 2 5, and then it's 2 5 8, or more or less it's 1 4 7 1 4 7 1 4 7 1 4 7 2 5 8 2 5 8 2 5 8 2 5 8 3 6 9 3 6 3 6 9 3 6 9 3 6 9 3 6 9. And as you do it, you're moving over with the elements, whether you're a water monkey or an air monkey, or I'm not sure how many zodiac signs, the combinations between the air sign, the fire sign, and then the water sign, how these signs mix and match for these signs, which I think there's 25, there's a combination of 5 5s, I think, because you have to mix up the 5 elements with the zodiac sign of the Chinese to the 5 elements of the Western astrology zodiac to understand how many years or what of the a maxi cycle is, right? The small circle, and inside the small circle is the bigger circle, and it just so happens that we need a minimum of 8 circles before we have the 1-inch circle, which is 100% of what that circle is. When you close your eyes and put pressure, your imagination begins to see within the dark. What shows up is never the same, but it's beautiful. The colors, the squares, the cube, neon lights or fluorescent. It's just brighter and more beautiful inside. The only little clink in it is you don't see it perfectly. And that's a shame. And if you did see it perfectly, would you be scared and want to come out of it? Is meditation important? Is it important to find peace within inside yourself? To learn to what is peace inside yourself? When you know there is more, then you know peace is very important. Peace is a division. It ends in ACE, ace. The E world is within. The AC world is your direct connection to the electric moon. The P explains the half world of what is creation when the 16th letter reverts to the 11th letter. 11 equals to 3, and the 16th letter will equal to 19. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 will be 3 and 4, 7. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 will equal to 6 and 7, 13. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is equal to 1 and 2, 3. The 13 will then equal to 3 and 4, 7, will then equal to 19. 1 and 9, 2 equals to 1. We will have 1 and 1 and 1. The heart of 36 numbers is 111. 16 crossing over 21. That's right, I went to 16 down to 11, but now when you shift the alphabet into 36, the 36 centers, the center for 36 numbers is between 16 and 21, equaling to 37. 2 and 1 creates 5. 6 and 1 creates 13. It just so silly happens that in the game of pool, the 13 and the 5 ball, they match. It's the orange ball, the orange duck. The 13 and the orange ball, which is created by red and yellow, noted to be the 1 and the 3 ball. Isn't that ironic? That the 13 ball and the 1 and 3 ball, it also brings up the numbers and letters 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5 also saying ACE. ACE is also for the sun. How so? S, 19, 1 and 9 equals to 10, 1 plus 0 equals to 1. U, 21, 2 plus 1 equals to 3. The N is the 14th letter, 1 and 4 equals to 5. That's E. It says ace. So now I know by the design of the ace and the sun and what the 1, 3, and 5 does in the 1 cube, the 3 cube, and the 5 cube, right? I know there's a division, a separation, an operator, just like Rubik's cube, divided by the 7th gate. Every number has a reflection number, has a core to it as well. 3.5, 7, and 14, the hand of God. 105. So now before I was going to talk about how I can reduce to get to 91 from the leap year, because the spirit meets the soul in the newborn on the 92nd day, which means I've entered into the second section of the deck of cards. Every suit is 91. 1 through 13 equals to 91, except, okay, when you add up 1 through 14, putting the ace on both ends, or the possibilities on both ends, equals to 105, right, times 4, equals to 420. How do we get 420? How do we get 432? We'll add a 12 to that. So now we have 420. If we add 1 through 13 is 91, I get 364. The difference is 56. The difference is 56, correct. The difference is 56. I just wanted to say, so now, how would I take away? It was supposed to go from 105, and I wanted to go to 92. Okay, so I took away the D and I. I took away 13 from 105 to get there. Is there any other ways to get there? Well, instead of D and I, it can be also the E and H, he equals to 13. F, okay, and G also equals to 13, and there are no other. F and G again, 6 and 7 coming together to reduce 105 to 92, where the spirit meets the soul, where we have the 29th day in February, where the 92nd day is now April 1st, which is April 1st day, where March 31st, 313, where we meet in the cycle of 313, now March 31st, instead of April 1st. So instead of 1-4, your connection, you're now 3-4 connection. March is the third month, the 31st day, and April is the first month, the fourth month on the first day. 7 and 5 come together, and again, the electric moon, the male and the female. DC comes together. I'm just trying to remember where we have the 331, right? Remember 33 coming together. So I'm just trying to remember just give me a second, the leap year, what it does. The 91st day is now in March instead of in April. So it switches those numbers around, 3 and 4 and 4 and 1, or 313, right? Which is going to create 3 and 4. 91 is the spirit. 71 is the sperm. 71, also to note, we did the alphabet shuffle. When we do the alphabet shuffle, I'm just going to show you what happens here. Is where the 16th and the 19th equals to 35, and the 18th and the 21st equals to 39. When we crisscross them, it equals to 37. I'm just trying to remember where I was going with this. I forget which number I was working on. Wow, I'm not happy about that because it works out all the time, right? Yes, we were talking about the P16 and the K11, right? Where the 16 connects over to the 21U and the 19S. So the reverse alphabet, okay, is K and 16. K, did I get that right? Yes, KP, 27. And over here is, no, there's something wrong over here. Hold on a second. Whoa. Hold on a second. This is going together. This is going together. I think I'm a little bit tired. Too much coming out. Too much happening right now. I was moving the alphabet shuffle, right, in which moves the letters. So when I do the alphabet shuffle and we meet at the center, number 16 is now actually K. And where number 21 is actually 26Z. Did I get that right? Let me just check this out. Hold on a second. I don't like what I just did here. I'm mixing myself up. Okay. 1 through 36. We don't count 1 through 5. We don't count 32 over to 36. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 68 and 68. It equals 136 and 34 equals to 170. I think I got that right. Plus 15 equals to 185. I'm going to count from 6 over to 31 equals to 481. I think that's it. 1 through 5 equals 15. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 32, plus 33, plus 34, plus 35, plus 36. It's not fun when you can't see. 170. Okay, so 170 and 15 plus 15 equals 185 minus 666, 481. So the D house of Venus, 81 Venus, the one heaven, the heavens of the one spirit. The home of the heavens, 41 is home and king. 48, 84, the son of Pluto. This is going to be the heart. The alphabet gets shifted where the 18th letter, right, in the alphabet, or the 18th number in the alphabet is M. The 19th letter in the alphabet is N. And it just so happens that the alphabet, instead of it being a shift at 13 and 14, it's now a shift at 18 and 19. 19 is what brings the two worlds together, and it begins on the other side, if you're following what I'm doing. Okay, hold on a second. I wish it would leave a timeline for the comments, eh? Yes, we also had to talk about that. Yes, yes. The cat or the rabbit, the rat, the horse, and the rooster. I want to go over those zodiac signs again. I'm still not finished. Okay, I'm not going to get into that right now. Yes, we always stand on 17. You always stand on 17. Inside of 17, everything begins. 2 and 6. The high side, 1 and 5. The low side, Yahtzee, 2 through 6, 1 through 5. But there's only 5 dice in Yahtzee. So it's 2 through 6 equaling to 20, and 1 through 5, 2 through 6 equals to 15. So that when you count 1 through 20, it equals to a total of 210. When you add 1 through 15, it equals to 120, which tells me 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 equals to 90. So my birth is inside of what is 16 through 20 equals to what is, now I'm thinking, I have to fabricate this. There's many things going on now, because 90 is 15 times 6. 90 is 22.5 times 4. 90 is 15. Oh, I did the 15 times 6. 90 is 2 times 45. 90 is 3 times 30. 90 is, I did that, 4 times 22.5, which splits everything in half. Because we have to do the multiplication and addition. I have to know, like, if you want to add something to a bearing, a shim, right? If it comes out to 1/3 of an area of a shim, you're going to tell me, well, I need this shim. So when I get a shim, no matter what I divide, doesn't matter what I divide, I'm going to have an answer. And I'm not going to use the decimal. I'm not going to use the decimal. I do know when it's a 7, I'm going to have 714,285. Everything gets divided by either 3 or 4. So let's say we take 61 divided by 4. So it'll be 4 times 15 plus 1. Well, what if it was 3 times 17? 4 times 15 equals 61. Well, what if I wanted 61 with 3, right? So it'd be 3 times 20 plus 1 equals 61. So let's say I wanted to get a 61 another way, right? Let's say I said 2 times 30 plus 1 equals 61. What about 5 times 12 plus 1 equals 61? Do you see how many 61s I can get? And then 6 times 10 plus 1 equals 61. and then 1 times 61. So it's actually a perfect number. So the church would be a perfect number. That's the number to the church, right? If I use number 62, right, everything would change. If I would use number 63, right? Let's say number 60, no, let's use number 64, right? So if I want to do number 64 and I go 4 times 16 equals 64. So that's perfect. I have to make this smaller. I'm trying to see if I can show you exactly what I'm talking about, right? Now, if I do 3 times what is 64? I go 3 times 21 equals 64 plus 1. 1 plus 3 times 21, or 2 times 32 equals to 64. When you're missing something, if you're missing 1, 2, or 3, when working with 3, you're only going to be missing 1 and 2. When working with 4, you're going to be missing 1, 2, 3. When working with 5, you'll miss 1, 2, 3, 4. You miss the mirror. Working with 6, you flip over what is 1. You'll be missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you do that, you have the cube right here to tell you your answer. Missing 1, because the cube is down, I only have a 6. You're missing 2, you'll be counting 19. You're missing 3, the 3 will be down. You're missing 4, the 4 will be down. When the 4 is down, you have 14 around and 3, 17. The answers are here. The transparency is here. So I did this part. I realigned the alphabet to the 360 degrees, right? Now, if I realign the alphabet to 360 degrees and you play below sea level, you no longer have 26 letters in that alphabet on one side. Like a double master. So let me see what else we did, we didn't do. You can see what time we're in. We did 5775. Did you know that 5775, the reverse cube, the 1 and the 6, never at the same time. The only thing that you can see, right, with the 1 and the 6, right, we're going to just hold on a second. You're going to see the 2 and the 6. When you have 2 and 6, you have 5 and 1 Mars, 6 and 2, the Queen, the game. You have 7 empty and 3 empty. You see, remember our creation through the 7th gate is right over here. When that happens, you have the heavens of 4, 8 and 4. Pluto comes in. 5184. All right, just 1 second. Pyramid of Giza, 5184 angle. Trying to see how to, I was just trying to look, okay. So do you see that? 5184, look at that. 17 and 28, because you have to reduce it. You have to divide that. You got to divide that. So it becomes 5184, which is going to be 17 and 28. You see that? 2 times 4, 2 plus 4. This one over here is going to be 14. We've divided the sun, right? We've divided the sun. We divided everything right over here. And when you look at this, right, you see the, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this right. Yeah, here. Let me just hold my phone this way. See the distance? Look at that distance all the way to the end. We're going all the way to the end. We're going all the way to the end, all the way to the end, right? The other end of the rainbow. Does it show it to you the same way as me? You see where you have to go? All the way to the end. One side of the hill, the other side of the hill. But you see the way it's tilted? You see more of a dark side here, Was it meant to show us that straight? See it over here? Two dividing roads. This is a distance. Anything that's a point is a distance. 5184. Telling you, 51 plus 84. So let me see if I can just put something behind here. 51 and 84 equals to 135. ACE. The alternate current, okay, AC, into the E world. ACDC. AC4, DC. Did I do that? AC4, DC7. When 7 and 4 come together, okay, it creates 7 times 4, 28. 7 plus 4, 11. 28 minus 11, 17. 17 and 28, 3 by 17 is 51. Mars, 3 by 28, 84. Pluto. We are in the year 5784. Perhaps we won't count 600 years or because of who we are, our birth. Count for 600, 10 by 60. But right now we're in the year 5184, going into 5185 in the last cycle. Now, remember when everything is built, it was built on 1, 2, 3, 4. After that, you've got your mirror, so it has to end. So that in 2028, or 2028 equaling to 48, or 2, 2, 8 equaling to 12. 1 and 2 equals to 3. If you want to look at it that way. What zodiac sign do we fall into? We fall into 2028. We fall into 2016. We fall into the monkey, the birth. In 2028, we're in number 3 with the monkey, the 9, and it follows it. The monkey goes like this: 1908, okay, equals to 10, equals to 18, equals to 9. In the next year, okay, it equals to 3. In 1932, it equals to 5. In 1944, it equals to 8. In 1956, it equals to 2. In 1968, it equals to 5. In 1980, equals to 8. In 1992, the monkey, okay, was equal to 2. In 2004, the monkey is equal to, did I get this right? Yes, the monkey is equal to 3, sorry, in 1992. The monkey is 6 in 2004. The monkey is 9 in 2016. In 2028, okay, the monkey will be 3. The monkey will be with the tiger. The monkey will be with the tiger. What happened in the Lion King? Was there a monkey? Who was the monkey in the Lion King? Wasn't he the reader between the pig, the lion, and the monkey? Number 38, from the heavens we have been created. Ape, monkey, sage. The mirror world is ape. I'm burnt out. I had a few things I know I didn't do. One of the things I didn't do is there's really only 36 combinations of number that will implicate every other number. So we only need 36 numbers, which the number breakdown of these numbers, because I'm ending the video, I'm going to do it in the next video. We're at 223 minutes, almost 3.5 hours. I'm tired. Maybe I'll come back in a half an hour. I don't know. Right? We're also down to, I just wanted to talk about the words, the combinating. I'm going to do this probably in the next video, but I'm going to show you this anyways. I just need a drink of water or tea. Another way you can possibly help out the channel is share. Another way to help out the channel is download so nothing gets erased. Every note, everything I've ever done. Putting the spiral, right? Putting the spiral, right? Down to the bottom of the bowl. My body, the house of bait, into the bottom of the bowl. And at the bottom of the bowl would touch my soul. And there it is. 69, one at the top, one at the bottom. The snake. Now we have the double helix that came in. Does that mean the double helix means that they overlap the snakes and one is offsetting one? We put the pen in between. Do I have another one of these? I don't know. I got something else almost like it. It's 6. It's 9. Oh my God, it's a cobra. No, it's a cobra. Don't come and get me. Oh my God, it's Dino. Right? Look, isn't that the head of Dino? So look, we got, whoop, I ripped it off. So look at that. We got one here. I'm going to make another one. The other one's pretty consistent, right? You got another one? Look at that. Look at it says, God of the sky. It's a bar. CL, right? Sky, 55. 3, 9, 5, 12. 17 and 12, 29, right? 29, the IT system in the sun, right? So what do we do with this? Do we run them this way? Right? Do we run them this way? Can we run them this way? Right? Do we take this pen, right, and put it right through here? Right? Do we run them this way? Right? And I take this pen, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Can I have any tape here? I look like a big delinquent over here working, you know? So let me try it in this one over here. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. See what happens is, look, I take this pin and I put it here. I take this, I shove it down here. There's a hole in it. Connect it to the pin over here, right? Now I got this. I take it, I put it up here, and now I've got my snakes working with me. The thing is the upper snake is going to turn into the lower snake. And then it turns into the lower, whoop. And then it turns, and then it turns, and all of a sudden, look at that. Now you put the pen in here, and in a few short years, and why I say short years, is this pen will be 2 years, and every time you turn around this snake, it'll be 4 times that, bringing the leap year together. Or another way to look at this, right? Another way to look at this, I'm going to see if I can do this, right? Is where this overlaps this, where it never gets to go past the pen, or does it get to go past the pen? Let me see if I can do this. Does it go this way, or can I go this way? No. We'd have to do it like this, somehow overlapping, and then this pen somehow over in between, or can it be this way? I don't know. Or at the same time, right, just like our DNA, it'd be throwing over, the electric. So it goes from this world to this world, possibly transferred from this world. Now we're in 2 different worlds. It's a system, right? And you notice they're both going the same way? Not anymore. This one spins this way. This one spins this way. They're turning in opposite directions. One's clockwise, the other one's counterclockwise. Not my fault. Not my fault. I will finish up with a few more things. Let me take a sip of this. I put honey in it. Okay. The word Johnny. John is 47. In 47, okay, in Johnny, is 39. The NY is 39. It's for angels. Together creates 86. So there's a separation, a seventh gate coming in. To a single digit, 39 and 47, because of the NY addition to John, right? And King John is 41 and 47 equals to 88. So we have King John. So when you add the king onto John equals to 88. Are there other ways to get to 88? Yes. 49 and 39, 88. What's happening with those letters? 49 compared to 47. The 9 is the birth within the mirror world, and the 7 part is that gateway, the divided gateway connecting the 6 and 8 for the heavens of birth. To note that I'm not coming out of the sky with this. They come from here. That's this answer. Go take a look. You will see that in French, 17 and 19 match up together, but not the 8s. You will see how the moon and Mars, or the moon and the word Heinz, match up. Mars reverse alphabet is 51 and 57. Again, the numeric value for the moon. Note that 57 will create 35. 57, 5 by 7, 35 equals to 8. 5 plus 7 equals to 12 equals to 3. We have 3 and 8. The monkey, the singe, the monkey is number 83. Let me write that down again, the 100th time. What did I say? What did I say? Wow. 8 and 3. Yes. 35 and 12 from 57. Right. So we end up with, okay. Now, what it is that 11 out of here, meaning the voided area space, if you would take a piece of wood and wanted to cut it into a coordinate space and use this cube, okay, to understand it, you are going to have a total of 9 positions to choose from if you were cutting up a square. If you have 9 on 6 sides, you have 54. We're talking about specific areas on each of these. There are 21 specific areas and 33 unspecified, equaling to 54. That is an average of 11 on each reverse side, leaving an average of what is 3 and 4, 7, of 6 and 1, 7, of 2 and 5, 7 on every side. Telling the truth or telling a lie? Telling the truth, telling the truth. Every documented diploma, everything that has been USPT or whatever you want to call it, trademarked or whatever it is, has a story within it. 57 creates 47. 57 creates 47 over here. 83 is the monkey. They want your singe, is French, signature monkey. Now we're going to go, just to finish it off, I like to look at the word done, right? We can talk about domain, but the word done, it's so crazy. The first and the last letter, or the fourth, right? The first and the last letter in done is 4 and 5, 9. The O and N is 29, right? The N and E is 19. Sorry, did I do that? The D and N is 18, right? The D and N is 18. The E and N is 19. They all come together. The other part about this is what our vowels do. Since everything seems to be controlled by the vowel, why don't we just look at what the vowels do? OE 20, AI 10. When we come to 2030, we're going to be talking about this over here. Here, AE equals to 6. Here is 36, which is the 21st and the 15th letter. So I want to turn this upside down, see if I can use my mirror or not use my mirror. I'm getting really tired. It's time to end this. I'm going to show you a bunch of stuff. Right now, I want to show you with, oh no, I don't want to show you with the mirror. I'll hold it up this way and maybe look at it this way. So we have 20, 10, 6, 36. And then we have gold at 22. And that's when we break out. when the monkey comes to break out. What do I mean? A, B, C, D equals to 10. They call for a monkey, they're calling for a 10 card. This is the gold that brings us. So these are all the numbers that match with that, but I'm tired of doing the video backwards that I can't see or explain properly, right? It's a little bit like frustrating for myself. I still didn't do the 36 numbers, right? Which means 12, 21, 23, 32. There are 36 of them. Then what there are is there's plateaus is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Then there's the English and the French to explain that and the separation. But I'm tired. I'm done. I'm finished. I want to thank everybody for being here. If you can help out the channel, that would be amazing. I think I'm going to take a break and breathe a little bit. Not that I haven't been breathing all the time. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can look at and how numbers come together, right? This is just different skits, which needs to be done depending on how many numbers there are here and how I can divide it up. The same thing with this over here. The same thing with possibly the roulette or this equation over here. What this equation over here is, okay, is 5. What did I do? I think it was the, what did I do? This one meets at 5 and the other one meets at 5. Yeah. 5 times 5 is 25. 4 times 4. Anyways, I don't remember how I got to this, but I'm going to work that out and explain it to you, what this is. The last thing I wanted to read from you is this. Let me see, is it upside down? No. This comes from Newsvine, right? See on top it says Newsvine. It's been bought over by MSNBC. And if you read the top, right, and take off 10 days, always take off 10 or add 10, which dimension? According to the Papal Prophecy 75, destroyed, the calculation time of the return, okay, 75 years later, after 1,000 years in imprisonment. Let me see, let me get it back up there. Okay, it's to be 75 years plus a few days, not sure of the leap year, comes in October 14th, which is October 4th, 1963. This is the birth date of the Antichrist Messiah. I spent thousands of hours, prophecies. I'm almost finished writing of the dark Messiah coming of the Antichrist. So I said in the year 1929 from 1963, you see where the 96, the 1 and 3 are the bookends from 1963. The 9 and 6 is the life we live, right? 24 times, what is it, 96, 4 times what is 96? 24, 24, 24, 24. Opens up all the gates. According to the Romans, look at that number 29 in there. And the Antichrist is called the man of sin, right? SIN is actually 5-1. And that's this piece over here. Peace and love. Thank you for being here. We're going to end this video. Oh my God. Oh my God. I finally figured out how to turn the camera around. Oh my God. I was scared to do it before. Now I know. Oh my God. There's an arrow at the bottom. There's an arrow at the bottom that let me turn my screen around. Wow. And I've turned it around before. Why didn't I see this? I don't know. Peace and love. Let me see what the last letters were to me. Pegasus, Raphael 7286, in a constellation of Pegasus. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. You know, there's a guy that comes here for the last 10 years with a car where the muffler makes all kinds of noise. So annoying. No respect. This noise pollution. It's the disrespect. Like I said at the beginning, if we want to save the planet, if we can just sit in our home and play with our friends for 60 days, there's no one coming to your door because nobody's home. This is in the game. Remember, we're in the game. Nobody leaves the house of this game for 60 days. No bills in the game will get paid. No bills will be collected. No one's working for anybody. There's no checks coming in. So if you can set this up, and in the game, we have a timeline in the game. And remember, the game is always in the 1900s. We're right now in 1924. It's the 9th of September. Sorry, it's the 25th of September, 1924 in the game. So it can't possibly happen right in the future. So I'm not, the only thing I'm promoting is 1924 right now in the game. You need fried chicken? At this point, once we know that everybody's helping each other, there's no turning back. Peace and love. Today is 24 days after 244. We are on day 268. Day 268 today. But the question is, 268, hold on. 268 minus 60 equals 268 minus 60. Day 208 is what I'm going to be looking at right now. I want to take off. I want to start my calendar. Remind me, please, to start the calendar on February 29th and stop the calendar on February 28th, 1461 days later. Is that what it is? 1461 days later. Not 1440 times 4, 5760. There's 21 extra days. There's 21 extra days in the cycle, and here they are. Thank you for watching this video.